Start the recording then, please, and then we'll get on.
Okay, Chair, started.
Thank you, Gareth. Right, welcome all to the Planning Committee of the Vale of Glamorgan, Wednesday the 29th of March 2023, starting at 4 p.m. A bit of housekeeping to start with. May I remind everyone present that this meeting is being live streamed as well as recorded via the internet, and this recording archived for future viewing. Could all participants mute themselves when not speaking in order to avoid any background noise or feedback when other participants are speaking? If a committee member wishes to speak, can they please put their hand up if they can be seen, or to use the raise hand function. If a committee member raises their hand via the function and is not subsequently invited to speak by the chair, please they turn the camera on to indicate or place a message in the chat function. When invited to address by the chair, please could all participants ensure that their microphone and camera is on to ensure that they can be seen and heard when actively participating. If this is not possible for any reason, please bring this to the attention of myself and or the Democratic Services Officer as soon as possible. If required, participants can dial into the meeting using a telephone and the number's been provided. If for any technical reason any party to the proceedings is unable to hear, then the meeting will be adjourned for a short time to allow contact to be made. It's important to remember that all parties must hear all the proceedings unless they themselves decide to leave. Please ensure that all debate is raised verbally and not via the chat function for the sake of the recording. The chat function may be used to highlight any technical issues and or to grab the attention of myself or Democratic Services Officers only. I would remind public speakers that they will each have a designated time in which to address the committee. The time limit will be strictly applied. Our Democratic Officer will notify each speaker when they have 1 minute left. Once your time is up, members of the committee may wish to ask for clarification of what you've said. This is not an opportunity for speakers to raise something not previously raised. Thank you. Okay, that's the housekeeping done. Apologies for absence, please.
All present, Chair, no apologies.
Thank you very much.
Chair,
yes.
can I raise a point before the meeting starts?
Yes.
We don't seem to be having site meetings, and it makes it quite difficult to really understand the sites in question. And I don't know what the policy is regarding site visits when it always used to be part of the planning meetings.
Site visits have never always been part of the planning meetings. Selected site visits are the point of site visits are to give context for those members of the committee who do attend. People are always welcome to go and visit sites if they wish to see them themselves, but not all planning applications are seen to be to need site visits. So I mean that's I mean, Ian, you've got your hand up. Perhaps you could elaborate more.
That's fine, Chair. You said most of what I would have said. I was just going to add that, yeah, if there are cases where the officers feel from the outset that it's something that committee members would particularly benefit from a site visit, we'll suggest that. Similarly, if there's a particular case that a member feels is one that should be having a site visit, then I would say, let me and the chair know and Democratic Services, and then we can look at that, and then the chair can make the decision on that. Yeah, again, largely what you were going to say. It's never been the case that they haven't on all cases, but we are in a place now where post-COVID we can have them again in principle, as we did with Model Farm, I think, and the one in Bombleston. But I guess we probably ask members to be selective with the ones where they're most necessary to avoid kind of a really kind of hefty site visit schedule. Thanks, Chair.
There you go. Is that okay, Councillor Champion?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Right, moving on. We have the minutes for the meeting held on the 1st of March. Now, I know that it was hoped that we could get an email out relating to the third meeting, and I believe James was going to try and get that out to us. I'm not sure what the situation is because I've not actually, I mean, I've seen the email that he was proposing to send, but I don't know if it's been sent to everyone. It has. Everyone has seen. Everyone's had it. Thank you. That's fine. So, I mean, that email was self-explanatory about the deferred meeting, and whoever that is with their microphone on, rather, could you please turn it off unless called on by me? Right. So the minutes of the meeting of the last meeting, can I sign them as a true record? Everyone agreed?
Yes, Chair.
I see no one with the hand up. That's fine.
I can second that.
Right. Now we get on to agenda item 3, declarations of interest. I need to declare on agenda item 4, land at Lower Cosmoston Farm. I've previously discussed the principle of an extension to Ysgolor as a member of the Learning and Culture Scrutiny Committee a year or two ago, when I was a member of such, and I have discussed this with the monitoring officer, and I will be looking at this application with fresh eyes, and I'm therefore able to remain in this meeting and speak and vote. Hang on, let me get the list of people up and see who else. Sandra, you've got your hand up first.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be declaring on the Ysgolor application, as I was previously on Learning and Culture Scrutiny Committee where we discussed this. I'll be looking at this with fresh eyes. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mark Wilson. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be declaring an interest. I got dispensation to speak and vote at this meeting, and I have got a relative at the school.
All right. Councillor Gilligan is next up.
Hi, thanks, Neil. I'm on the Learning and Culture Committee, and I would just like to state I have not predetermined the way vote at this planning meeting. I will be considering the matter afresh, solely having regard to the planning considerations, including the officers' comments, representatives, and the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Chair. I too am on the Learning and Culture Committee, so I'd like to declare on item 4, and I will look at this item with fresh eyes. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Councillor Birch.
I'd like to declare an interest. I'm the Cabinet Member for Education, therefore I have an interest in the land at Lower Cosmoston Farm Lavernock application.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley.
I'm declaring an interest in the land at Lower Cosmoston Farm. I have a member of the family works at Ysgolor, but I do have dispensation to speak and vote on this issue.
Thank you, Ian. And of the declarations I've got, Councillor Hodges, I think you might be the last.
Thank you, Chairman. I am a member of the Learning and Culture Committee. I will speak and vote, and I have had no real say in this, so I'm happy to look at this with new eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cope.
Thank you. I'm a member of Dinas Powys Planning Committee, so I have discussed Sunbeams and the land south of Long Dock Hill before, but I will be looking at it afresh.
Thank you very much. So before we move on, any other declarations? Anyone else on this committee have? No. Okay. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I'm just panicking now in case I need to declare an interest. I've seen the application of land at Lower Cosmoston Farm, Lavernock, the school. I'm sure I've seen it before, but it's, just in case I have, I'm mostly looking at it fresh because I can't remember that last conversation. So it's there you go. I've got just thought I'd declare that non-pecuniary interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Right. Right, moving on, then we come to the reports of the Head of Sustainable Development, agenda item 4, building regulation application. Before we move on, actually, I'm planning to, or I've agreed to move a couple of the items around when we get to it. We have a number of speakers on agenda item 8, Sunbeams 1. So I'm proposing to bring that first when we get to that point. So now, building regulations, applications, and other building control matters determined by the Head of Sustainable Development and delegated powers. This is for noting. No comment. Right, I mean, that's noted. Agenda item 5, planning applications determined by Head of Sustainable Development and the delegated powers. Again, for noting. And again, I see no hands or comments, so that's noted. Agenda item 6, appeals. Now, Ian, please, Ian Robinson.
Thanks, Chair. The report just provides details of one appeal that's been received, which relates to the conversion of a property in Barry on Morlow Street to from a dwelling to into 2 dwellings. Sorry. The issue there is actually the location of the property within a flood risk area. So that's an existing appeal. And the only other thing for noting on here is just the withdrawal of the appeal relating to 49 Ponsbridge Road. This is quite technical, so I won't go into all the very fine detail, but members may remember this one from a few months ago. This relates to the materials which don't match the existing roof. It appears the dormer may otherwise be permitted. There remains a breach there in terms of the roof terrace, but following some correspondence with PEDU, we feel that if we are going to seek to enforce there, we would probably wish to structure the actions, the steps required in the enforcement notice slightly differently. There is an ongoing dialogue with the applicant or the appellant relating to the use of the roof as a terrace and whether something smaller, as in a smaller balcony area, might be acceptable as opposed to use of a much larger roof terrace. If that conversation doesn't go anywhere in terms of an acceptable planning application, we would still be able to enforce. But how we would sort of frame the requirements on the notice will be slightly different. That's all I have to say, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? Any comment? I see none. Moving on then, we've agenda item 7, trees. Again, this is for noting the delegated list. Again, I see no hands, so that's noted. We come then on to agenda item 8 and the planning applications. As I said, I'm proposing to move the 2022 oblique 00268 oblique FUL up to the agenda to now. That's the Sunbeams one. We have late reps on many of these applications. We have 4 speakers on this particular item. I'm sure they've all been briefed by our Democratic Services people, and so if I think who's presenting this, Stephen?
It's myself, Chairman. Yes.
Yeah. If you can just sort of introduce it and
I will indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just share my screen. Oh. Sorry, can I just check that everybody can see the screen?
Yeah.
I had a bit of time up there, but a bit concerned about it. So, so this application relates, in terms of its context, a 5-bedroom detached property which is located at the top of the Twinkin, which is within the settlement of Dinas Powys. There's some photos attached to the committee report which show the existing kind of Edwardian Victorian detached property in its current state. In terms of the site itself, I'd say it's located at the top of the Twinkin. There is a strip of land down the side of the western side of Sunbeams, which serves what is an extant development plot for 2 houses. Further to the west is a private drive which serves 3 detached dwellings. Lon Twin is a listed dwelling to the west. It's also worth noting that there's a public right of way that runs up this what is effectively a private drive that terminates at the top of the Twinkin. So in terms of the proposals themselves, the application is for a change of use and extensions and alterations to create 4 flats. So in terms of the actual scale of what's being proposed, perhaps the main change from the front is that the existing ridge height and hip roof will be removed, and the main roof will be increased from 7.8 meters to 8.4 meters, and then this sort of gable will be constructed with a room and entrance porch, and replaced with a 2-story side extension. And also a 2-story rear extension. So the extension is proposed to span the full width of the main part of the original house, and will also project 4.5 meters from the rear, and is proposed to match the height of the raised ridge. The side 2-story extension is proposed to span the full width of the main part of the house and is 4 meters in width. An additional single-story extension is also proposed to the side and the rear with a 2-story side extension. So in addition to this, the scheme really proposes to kind of remodel the house, replacing existing windows with I believe they're grey or black aluminium windows. As part of the scheme, they're looking to provide a total of 6 parking spaces to the front of the site to serve the flats. As part of the scheme, they're proposing to widen the existing access. That will facilitate access and turning within the site. And following quite a long and protracted layout of the frontage of the site, vehicles can now enter, turn and leave in forward gear. So in terms of the proposal, we consider the proposal has acceptable impacts on neighbours, and in terms of visual amenity in respect of the scale of the alterations. The highway engineer is happy with the parking provision. And with the widened access, we feel that this actually provides an improvement in safety over the existing access. In terms of Section 106, no affordable housing provision has been asked for. This is following the submission of a viability report to say that the proposal would not be viable. However, there is still a Section 106 agreement. It is recommended for an appropriate review mechanism if the development is not practically completed within 2 years. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Stephen. Right, we move on to our speakers. As I say, we have 4 speakers on this. The first on my list is Mrs. Elizabeth Reid. Are you there, Mrs. Reid?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
You're right. Hello. You have 2 minutes to speak. The time will start when you start to speak. And as I said earlier, the Democratic officer will let you know when you've got a minute left.
Okay, can I start now?
When you're ready.
Thank you. In the current local plan, with no proposed amendment, in the revised plan, it states 1 parking space is required for every single new bedroom in new builds, and visitor space for every 5 units. And provision must be made for wider spaces for those disabled, and none of these guidelines have been followed. There are some 26 vehicles egressing onto the pinch point of this junction, and then on one side of the Twinkin junction is a single width lane on which a heavy milk lorry charges up and down it every single day. There is also no street parking provision possible as required due to the location on the bend, and the nearest place street parking is possible is King's Ride, offering extremely limited provision and not in view of the development. Also, there has been no consideration given to the unique character of the road as being full of individual detached houses and not full of flats. And that's me done. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief. You should just stay on camera a moment in case any member of the committee has any points of clarification they would raise. See no hands. In that case, thank you, Mrs. Reid. You can go off camera now. Oh, hang on, Councillor Champion, you have your hand up.
Sorry, Chair, I was having difficulties raising my hand. This is saying a milk tanker. Is that going to a farm? Or?
Yes, at the top of the lane, at this pinch point junction, there is a farm, a milking farm at the top of the road, and the milk lorry goes up and down twice every single day. It is a very big truck. There is no room for even a person on that lane, let alone another vehicle, because you have to literally jump into the hedge if he's going past you. And he's up and down there twice every day. He comes right around that bend at extreme speeds, because of course they're always under pressure for time and money. And there's no way he would be able to stop to go around a parked vehicle anywhere on that junction or to avoid somebody.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Payne, you have your hand up.
Hi, just a point of clarification really on this 1 bedroom, 1 parking space thing. Is that a thing?
I think Stephen Butler will address that when
okay, thank you.
when we move on.
Where it came from in your local development plan, which is still the adopted plan up until 26, it states quite clearly that that is what is expected of new builds. It also, in your plan that you're looking at to revise it, makes no mention of amending that.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you've got your hand up. Was this
Yeah, I got a hand up because members of the planning committee are putting things in the chat. I just want a warning from the chair over this matter.
Yeah, as I said right at the beginning, the chat is to be used for notifications to myself or to Democratic Services, not for debate and not for any other purposes. Thank you. Please refrain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Right, in that case, I don't think there are any further points of clarification. Mrs. Reid, thank you for your time. And,
thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Moving on, we have Mrs. Melanie Brooks. Are you there, Melanie? Mrs. Brooks?
I am indeed.
Good afternoon. Heyman now. Same thing. 2 minutes, and if you then stay on for a few moments to see if there are any points of clarification. We'll start when you start.
Thank you. So I'm the owner of the property to the west of Sunbeams, known as Lawn Twin. That's the listed building to the west. I wholly support all my other neighbours' objections, but I also want to say the unique objection I have is that I will be overlooked by this new development. It says in the document I've read that there'll be no impact, no adverse impact. We won't be overlooked. I'm afraid that's just not true. And I would very much welcome anybody who wants to come and have a site inspection and come to my property and have a look at how I will be overlooked. There are going to be 7 Velux windows in the roof of this property, and they 100% are going to overlook me. There are no Velux windows there at the moment. Favourably than the west side, in my opinion. There's mention in the planning document of screening between my house and Sunbeams. I'm assuming the screening is a reference to the deciduous trees. Well, obviously in the winter there will be no leaves on those trees, so there will be no screening between the 2 boundaries. I would also submit that this development of a block of flats right next to a listed building is entirely inappropriate, and I think it's going to totally undermine the listed status of my house. And I would invite you, please, to reject it. And if anybody wants to come and have a look, you're very, very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Brooks. And are there any points of clarification from anybody? I see no hands up, and I don't see anybody scrambling to do it. In that case, thank you for your time, Mrs. Brooks. You may go off camera and mute yourself, and we'll carry on with the debate. Stephen, do you want to respond to either of these yet, or would you want to listen to the third one before you respond?
I'm happy just to come back on the parking issue. I'm sure it'll be it'll come up again, but I'm happy just to go over that. So
sorry, Chair, can we just put the normal process is for Steve to come back after all public speakers?
All right, yeah, it's just I was conscious there are a number of public speakers. I wanted to know whether he wants to come back after each one or whether after all four.
There is
right. In that case, no, we'll carry on then. Adrian Holcomb is our next speaker. Mr. Holcomb.
Hello, can you hear me?
Same rules apply, 2 minutes, and our Democratic Services Officer will let you know when a minute's up. And if you stay on then, see if there's any points of clarification. And when it starts when you start.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon then. I'm objecting to this application for the following 2 reasons. Firstly, there will be a detrimental effect on the safety of those children and parents who are using the Tumkin as a result of increased traffic movements. Many parents follow the Welsh Government's active travel to school policy, and as a consequence, around 12 to 15 children plus parents use the Tumkin every day to walk to and from the local primary school. Additionally, many of the children use bikes and scooters, and in the absence of pavements on the Tumkin, these children are under loose supervision and use the whole of the roadway. As I'm sure you're aware, the Vale actively encourages these activities as part of a healthy lifestyle, and this policy has been recently endorsed by the Welsh Government's cross-party group on the Active Travel Act. Secondly, there is a precedent that has already been set by an earlier application for a temporary school at the Spinney. This was in 2019, and the application number was 00690. When the conditions of this approval was that children could not be brought by car to the top of the Tumkin due to concerns that additional vehicle movements would be to the detriment of highway and pedestrian safety. The same principle should apply to this current application. There will be increased traffic, which together with the lack of pavements will increase the level of risk to the children using the Tumkin and potentially lead to an accident. The application should therefore be rejected on these grounds. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that. Any points of clarification from members of the committee? Again, I see no hands. In that case, Mr. Holcomb, if you would like to go off camera and mute yourself, we'll carry on. Right, the fourth speaker we have is Mr. Powys Jones. Are you there?
I am indeed, yes.
Hello, Mr. Jones. You're speaking for the application. You're the agent, I believe. You have to balance the time, 6 minutes, if you need it. And the time starts when you start to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I am a town planning consultant acting for the applicant. And I don't want to take the full 6 minutes, I don't think, Mr. Chairman, because you have in front of you a very comprehensive report prepared by your officers. It goes to 45 pages in all, and I'm sure that Stephen Butler will want to expand on some of the objections you've received. Nothing I've heard tonight, apart from the issue of the milk lorry, is new. All these objections are dealt with comprehensively in the officer report. If you look at the officer report, it's subdivided into subheadings. The first one is one of principles, and whether this type of development, that is a flatted development, is allowed in Dinas Powys, and in this part of the Twynkin in particular. And the answer is yes. Your policies allow this type of development in this location. We then turn to design and visual impact. The one thing that Stephen in his presentation didn't say is that you've already approved as an authority large extensions to this dwelling. That planning permission is granted before my client bought the property. There is a comparison drawing in the officer report, but the extension being proposed now are just minimally larger than that which you've already approved. The third subheading is amenity considerations. Amenity considerations in relation to future occupants of the flats, in relation to size of amenity space, etc. That is satisfied. All your policies are satisfied there and your guidance is satisfied there. And in respect of neighbouring amenities, including the amenity of Lôn Twyn, which I appreciate, it is a listed building and it deserves special consideration. That has been taken into account by your officers. Turning now to highways, which is the last of the main issues, highways, parking and access. Stephen has alluded to the fact that the applicant was asked several times to amend his proposals. And the only reasons why they were amended was to satisfy your highways officer. Your highways officer has, may I say, and I use this word advisedly, very pernickety on this application, knowing the nature of the objections that you've received. And what has been proposed, therefore, fully satisfies your highway officers and your standards, if I may say so. So in conclusion, I'd like to deal with a specific objection raised by one of the objectors. I think, I'm not sure if it was a Mrs. or Ms. Reid, but in relation to the milk lorry. It does not, this milk lorry does not travel along this driveway. This driveway is a private driveway and it serves two dwellings. The milk lorry comes from another direction and is a complete red herring. The objectors will have you reject your officer recommendation. You have in front of you a comprehensive report detailing all the objections and addressing them. And I hope, Mr. Chair, that your members will vote in favour of the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you just hang on a moment, I think we, Mr. Jones, we do have points of clarification from Councillor Champion.
The approved scheme, was that the 2019 for two dwellings?
Yes, so there was an application for two dwellings, which is behind the application property. Stephen did allude to that, and the access runs alongside the application property. But as part of that permission was also granted to extend the house, which is subject to this application.
There you go. I think Stephen's put it up for you to look at.
Yes, sorry, just not to interject at this point, but yes, so this is the layout shown. See, this just worth noting, this is an extant planning permission for development. The two detached houses at the back. As part of that same application were quite significant extensions and alterations, which I think Mr. Jones has referenced in his
there we are.
In his commentary. This is actually the non-material amendment, and the originally approved scheme was actually larger. The NMA has reduced the scale of the development, but very much, quite a significant remodelling of the existing house, quite marked changes to its character. So, as has been quite clearly set out in the report, precedent is there for quite significant extensions and alterations, particularly along the side and at the back of the property, except less so at the front in the case of the current application, but certainly to the rear and the side. Quite significant extensions and alterations. And I think the point to make as well is this is creating a much bigger house, a large detached 5-bedroom house. I got
we'll move on. Firstly, Stephen, do you want to
Yes.
respond to any of the comments we've had?
Thank you, Chairman. If I could just come back on the parking, highway, traffic related matters, which I think all of the objectives have referenced. So just to start off in terms of parking, you know, we discussed parking a significant number of times at a planning committee, particularly on sites within settlements. So as we said, this site is within a settlement. So what we've got to look at is current national guidance. So planning policy Wales, in particular Future Wales, the constant driver message coming from those national policy documents is to promote alternative modes of transport, active travel routes, etc. So there's a real drive in not providing parking spaces or in providing a reduced number of parking spaces. The parking standards SPG is relatively recent. That has now, which 2019 that came out. Now that sets out what are called maximum standards. So effectively, it's not correct to go in and say that the standards are 1 space per bedroom. These are maximum standards. So the starting point really is to look at the site, look at the location of the site, look at the connectivity of the site and the ability to access public transport and walking routes, and from that point onwards to then come up with appropriate parking for the site. In this instance, I think again we've referenced the previous application, which is an extant permission. Now that is proposing a large 5-bedroom detached house, which could very easily have 4 parking spaces, quite easily for a large detached house. So really, we're talking about 2 extra parking spaces over and above, you know, even the existing house. I think it's got a long driveway to the side, which could accommodate four cars. So in terms of actual parking provision, and particularly with traffic generation, we're only talking about another really 2, maximum 3 vehicles of what could happen if this application were refused and if they just implemented the previous consent. So, you know, we have to look at maximum spaces. So the report does go into some detail, as highlighted here. The site is in a sustainable location, you know, particularly with the public right-of-way shortcut that takes you, you know, within 500 metres of the village of Dinas Powys. It's excellent connectivity to best routes. So, you know, we feel that provision of 6 spaces, where you'd have 1 space for flats 1 to 3, and then 2 spaces for the larger flat, and 1 space for visitor, is sufficient and in accordance with the maximum standards. So from a parking point of view, you know, we feel that and this again, this is not a significant. This is only a net gain of 3 units. Again, we don't feel this is significant at all. Certainly in terms of the impact on the character of the area, you know, references being made to a block of flats. I mean, this is yes, it's a conversion and alteration, but you know, you wouldn't necessarily know that they were a block of flats. I'd say the parking, you know, the 6 spaces are shown. Because it's a constrained site and it's not a full redevelopment, there's only so much you can do in the site frontage. But nevertheless, we feel, notwithstanding that those 6 spaces are considered acceptable. And you've also got to balance that against the widened access that we've secured, which enables on-site turning and manoeuvring and leveling forward gear. So that's actually betterment from the existing situation or from the existing 4 spaces that could be used under the previously approved scheme. So again, you know, we feel quite strongly that they've hit the absolutely right number of parking spaces to serve the development. Just on the matters raised in respect of the impact on the neighbour of the listed property to the west. Again, page 172 of the report obviously does address that, but it is worth stating that the actual property itself, and that's the side elevation, not the garden, is 16 metres away from the boundary with Clontwyn to the west, and is actually 47 metres from the dwelling itself. So, you know, we feel that is a quite significant distance where there really won't be any overbearing or impact on the outlook of that property. And certainly we don't feel that the setting of that listed building itself would be impacted upon as a result of the development. Just to perhaps it might be quite useful at this point just to share the street view, just to get a little bit of context of the site. But so you've got the application site here, you've got the listed property there. The images do slightly distort on street view, so it's not a accurate representation. But I think this is quite a good shot that shows the. So firstly, you've got the access down the side of the property to serve the 2 houses at the back. Then you've got a separate access to serve the 3 houses at the back, and this is then the access of Lointwine, the listed building to the west. So again, just to pick up on this issue of the milk lorry, I believe it comes from the farm via Boyleville Lane. As Mr. Jones has said, the lorry would swing around here and go down to the bottom of Twinkenham, and the actual application site itself and the access is located some distance away. And again, we're not advocating any on-street parking. There are 6 spaces, which we think is more than adequate. But if there were to be need for parking 1 car somewhere, then not that we'd want parking on the grass verge, but there's this is effectively a private drive, so this is not part of the public highway. So again, we feel that there's not those concerns raised in respect of traffic and conflict with vehicles, particularly given that the size of the existing dwelling, the extent planning permission, and the fact that we're only talking about a net gain of 3 additional units. I can happy to come back on any more questions from members. Thanks, Chairman.
Right, we've got hands going up. So first hand up is Councillor Champion.
On page 158, it sort of shows 2 entrances, but I think the one on the left is for the possible new builds at the back. Page 158.
Yes, so I'm just Kelly's at page 158.
I'll find it.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean the plans, the plans are absolutely accurate, and in fact we've gone back many times. One thing with this application is we need to ensure that we've safeguarded that access to ensure that the site at the rear can actually be delivered. Notwithstanding the fact that that land in any case is not the applicant, so we're satisfied that boundary is correct. Yeah, but where it's got the word Sunbee, I see it would have said Sunbeams. That is actually land that is going to be serving the property at the back. So you've got this kind of series of private drives, effectively.
Well, I'm not quite sure where that bit of drive is sort of coloured in as if it's part of this development, because it's obviously not.
No, I think it's just to highlight that it is as it says there, it states. Sorry, I'll just share my screen. Okay, if I zoom in on that drawing, so it states approved access. Perhaps it's a little bit misleading that it's coloured in, but I think it's just highlighting that that's an approved access for the site at the back. But as we've said, I think that the best drawing is the CAD drawing that's shown. Let me just try and pick it up elsewhere in the report. That drawing there, which quite clearly shows, the joining.
That's only when it became clear to me what it actually was.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have one other question, Chair. Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I'm just wondering about amenity space for families. Are you content with that?
Yes, obviously, page 173 considers the amenity space. Well, I think from the report, just looking at quick, I think even the shared amenity space itself would be large enough to serve all of the flats, let alone there's I believe there's 2. The ground floor flats are going to have their own dedicated amenity space, and then the 2 other flats will have shared provision. So actually, there's arguably, I guess, over provision. So we're more than happy with that. Okay. Again, just to emphasise, we are talking about 4 flats on really quite a large relatively spacious plot. So we're satisfied the amenity space is certainly usable, and there's adequate provision and access for all occupiers.
Thank you, Councillor Champion. Thank you, Steve. Next with the hand up is Councillor Buckley. Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point, Steve. You one of the report, it says the council highway development team initially asked for 8 parking spaces but have looked at it and said 6 are acceptable due to the possibility of on-street parking. So that seems to be in conflict with what you just said about not advocating it.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand that. I mean, we often, highway engineers, we often very frequently go back to them and ask them to reconsider. Our view is that the planners actually are the people that should be considering parking provision on site. It's set out in our SPG. So, you know, it's really Highway's job to look at the parking provision which is proposed and whether that can be safely accessed. But I accept what you say there. You know, what I can't say is there can be any reliance for on-street parking, because they never can be, particularly here as the section as you lead in is a private drive. So it's not their land to park on. But you know, and we understand there are grass verges that either side of the Twinken, and there's no segregated footway. But if those members that were member of the planning committee 3-4 years ago now with the application for the school on the house at the top, you know, it was kind of the reverse arguments there, and you know, we ended up approving basically a walking train of children going up, and now that consent has lapsed and that activity no longer takes place. So in terms of actual number of children that are walking down, it's far less than we have previously approved.
So you wouldn't be against the on-street parking then, is it?
I can't. I'm not saying I'm not against it, but the simple fact is we are satisfied that 6 spaces will be adequate,
sufficient
in respect to the general. You know, I can't really comment on I know, I certainly know what you're saying about Highways intimating that there is, you know, some flexibility of on-street. It's difficult because we don't want the grass verges parked on either. See, I believe they're adopted grass verges, so there's issues of damaging those verges. But yeah, but even if you can't park on the Twinken, there's ample parking on Brickway Road if someone needs to park nearby.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Councillor Perry, you're up next. Ian?
Here I come. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just looking at that. We've talked in recent meetings about street scene, and I look at the windows and the front elevation with that big huge thing up in the sky. Doesn't seem in proportion and doesn't seem to fit with the street scene. And then there's the other elevation where you've got the 8 windows, which just seems to be a little bit overkill on windows, even though I think it's great to have lots of light. But I'm going to quickly come back down to the parking and again the street scene and the suggestion that people perhaps should park on the grass verge. Now, we are actively trying to discourage parking on the footway, and similarly we're trying to discourage people parking on grass verges because of the damage they do. And yet we've just heard today, well, there's not enough parking spaces. There's obviously clearly limited on-street parking. If I go and visit a friend, I'm not going to park 2 roads away. I will try and park outside the house, so there will be parking on the road. And it has been suggested that that parking provision will be provided by the grass verge in this meeting. And I'm sorry, no one should be suggesting anyone parks on grass verges. We should appreciate and value grass verges and not be parking on them. And it's great to see that the Vale of Glamorgan Council is planting verges, because we actually, in some parts of the council, appreciate nature and verges. And of course, the existing property, although you may not be able to leave the property in a forward gear, we are to enable people to leave in a forward gear, paving over quite a considerable amount of ground when we have a climate emergency, nature emergency, and we're trying to minimize the amount of hard landscaping. So this actually increases it. And if you could put all your parking off the road directly, great, because you need to minimize your amount of hard landscaping, whereas this seems to maximize it, and that's seen now as a benefit because you can leave in forward gear. So in terms of street scene and changing roof lines and putting too many windows in and excessive parking, I'm a little bit dubious that it may be that our policies are perhaps out of date if it's saying that is okay at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Do you want to come back on that now, Steve?
Yeah,
sorry, just Councillor Ernest first.
I'm happy just to come back on the
come back then, yeah.
On the just on the design issue. So you know, as I think I suggested when I introduced the application, there is quite a marked change. We do accept, obviously, you've got this raised ridge and a relatively dominant gable, but there is a variety. There are a variety of dwellings along the Twinkin. For example, this house, which I think has had a relatively recent sort of makeover, has introduced, quite a similar feature in doing the so we're happy with the design. I mean, there is a real mix of dwellings in the area. I mean, there's 1980s relatively modern sort of shallow roof gables, and there is a real mix. So we have had revisions on the design. But we feel the design that's presented to us is acceptable. Just to go back to the parking on the verges, we are not advocating parking on the verges at all. Quite simply from our point of view, we feel that the parking provision provided is acceptable provision.
Thank you for that. Right, moving on then, Councillor Ernest. Anthony. Speaking, you're on mute.
Right, Chairman, could I perhaps just touch first of all on the amenity space? And I'm looking back at page 173. I appreciate that one of my colleagues has discussed this and Stephen has responded, but it's quite clear that there is shared amenity space. That phrase comes up a couple of times, and yet we say this would more than meet the required provision for 4 number 2 bedroom properties. Now, to me, amenity space is a very important part of any application, not necessarily just this one, applications in general. We know these days that many of the dwellings and blocks of flats that are built are deficient in amenity space. They're generally also deficient in parking areas, but I won't touch on that. That's already been covered. So I'm concerned as a member of the committee about the amenity space and whether there really is, in everyday terms, sufficient space. Can I now turn to active travel? Great play is made of the fact that active travel is promoted and that this is something the Welsh Government and the Council promote. And yet we're told in the report that these flats are designed for elderly people. And there's a debate on that in the extensive report we have in front of us. The bus routes are in fact running through the square at Dinas Powys, which is probably well over a quarter of a mile, if not a third of a mile away from the applicant's property. And so if we have elderly people living there, which apparently is the wish of the developer, there would be a third of a mile walk for the people who would take up these properties. So I'm not sure that active travel and close availability of bus routes are necessarily one and the same. And lastly, Chairman, I'd like to touch on the development costs. The applicant states that there will only be a profit margin of being 4 to 5%. That's quoted on page 181 of the report. We're told the gross development cost will be getting on for £1.7 billion. The properties would sell between 375,000 and £500,000, and yet there would only be a margin of 4 to 5%. And I'm wondering exactly how many developers would work on a margin of 4 to 5% in this day and age, with building costs rising substantially, as we all know. So for that reason, Chairman, I'm against the development, and I intend to vote against it if we do go to a vote. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Ernest. Thank you, Anthony. Do you want to come back on any of that, Stephen?
Yeah, just on the amenity space issue. So I note Councillor Ernest's point about shared amenity space. When we use the word shared amenity space, please don't think that it's by way of any compromise. The SPG accepts that for flatted development that the provision is shared. Now it's virtually impossible to have flatted block where you've actually got private amenity space for flats, because they're in multi-blocks. So in this case, actually 2 of the ground floor flats have got private amenity space, and the remainder of the 2 flats is shared. As we said quite clearly in the report, the amenity space for flat 2 is slightly deficient in size, but we think that's negligible when we consider the overall provision of amenity space at the site, and particularly, the over provision of the shared amenity space. And what we've got to look at here as well is, and some discussion has been made about elderly, is that this is actually providing, smaller units within the settlement of Dinas Powys. There's a big drive from national policy to provide high density development. This is ticking all those right boxes for high density and providing, say, accommodation for more elderly people and retirement people, of which there's not an awful lot of that type of accommodation within Dinas Powys. So even though there has been reference to elderly, we are not conditioning it. There's no planning reason to condition that it can only be occupied by over 55s or 60s. We are considering it as quite simply as market units. We haven't made any flexibility in relation to the parking standards in relation to elderly or occupiers. So it's quite simply market, we consider it as market housing. So just in terms of the active travel routes, again, I can understand what Councillor Ernest is saying, but if that certainly might be the market that the applicant wants to, but I'm sure if anyone put an offer in on the property, he would, at the right price, he would probably take the offer. So nevertheless, the site is in a sustainable location. Not only is it within the settlement of Dinas, of where basically anything within the defined settlement is considered sustainable, but this is quite central, particularly with the public right of way that links down, as we said, with 500 metres from the centre of Dinas Powys, which is quite well served in respect of shops and facilities. Just on the viability issue, I can understand what you're saying as to why a developer would want a limited profit where the SPG does talk about a 15 to 20% profit. We can't, if there's a sufficient profit in something, we feel that the applicant is appropriately incentivized to develop the site, and if he's happy to take 5%, we've looked at the figures, we've looked at the gross development value, we know how much the site was purchased for, that's black and white, and we've looked at the development costs. So we're more than satisfied that the sums presented to us and our workings out would concur with the evidence that we've got that the site is not viable to provide affordable housing or any reduced contribution for that.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you, Chair.
I can see Ian's got his hand up, which I presume he wants to speak about something that's already been mentioned, but I propose to bring Marion Cow, because she's been very patiently waiting, and she may raise something that you want to address as well, Ian. So Marion.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm grateful for Councillor Ernest for bringing up the money which you've addressed now, but that was a concern, so I won't revisit it. But I've listened very carefully, Stephen, to what you've said about maximum parking spaces and encouraging people to use public transport. There are difficulties, as previously noted, so I won't go over them. But I am concerned about the lack of facilities for disabled parking, not just for elderly, but maybe for disabled people living there, because they will need wider, more access to open the doors. And when people move into a smaller property, hopefully intending it to be a lifetime home, they are more likely to need a car, perhaps, than other people. And it's all very well sort of reducing car parking spaces, but for flats, only one visitor car park where are the visitors going to park? Because there will be visitors. So I'm still concerned about the parking, and I'm still concerned about, you know, the children walking up and down the road. And just because it's been agreed years ago that a school could go to the top, at the end of the day, children are walking up and down there to go to the primary school at the bottom of the road in Dinas Powys, and there is a little side track that they can cut through from other areas of Dinas and come down the Tunkin, and there is no real sort of pavement there. So any extra cars up there is potentially going to cause a problem. I listened as well to what you said about the house to the west, the listed building, where you said that you didn't feel it was overbearing, and it was a distance, I think you said 45 metres from the building and 16 metres from the boundary. But being overlooked when you haven't been previously overlooked by a lot of windows is bound to have a detrimental effect on that property. I think that's all the points that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Councillor Cope. Right, I'll bring Ian in now, and then Stephen can sum up afterwards if nobody else wants to speak. Ian.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to make a fairly general point, but which is relevant to a number of the sort of more detailed points that are made. And Steve touched on it, talking about you know, national policy and efficient use of land. This really is where planning policy is going. So what you have at the moment is a large detached vacant house in a road of, you know, large houses, and large dwellings in big plots is not the way we're going now with new developments. I understand there'll always be probably a demand and a want for those, but this is efficient use of land. And, you know, we've heard members in previous meetings rightly talking about, you know, vacant houses around, and we've been talking about the climate emergency and the nature emergency, and the, you know, the amount of green space at the front of this site that might be hard surfaced over. What we need to think about is, if we're not using land efficiently, if we're not allowing appropriate conversions of large properties, then those windfall developments, they have to be provided somewhere else. And that's new dwellings, you know, edge of settlement, out of settlement. We have to consider what is the comparison between, in a kind of climate change, a nature emergency, a hard surfacing effect of building new houses rather than allowing appropriate conversions, because when we do the LDP review, we will have to provide a level of growth, and that will be a fixed number. And the more windfall developments that are provided in appropriate, you know, urban locations, close to facilities, sustainable places, every dwelling approved in a conversion like this is that same number less new dwellings you have to build. So, you know, the 2 dwellings at the back and 3 in the conversion, that's 5 houses that don't need to be built on a greenfield site. You know, that's the principles of planning policy where we are now. It's about efficient use of land, efficient use of buildings, and yes, there are some knock-on effects like a bit more parking, a bit more hard servicing, a few more windows, but that, in my opinion, needs to be considered in the context of what providing that same number of units would mean on a fresh site. So I just thought it was worth making that point about, you know, the principle of this kind of development. You know, in the absence of any technical objection, we really should be thinking sustainably about allowing conversions of buildings, and, as Steve says, allowing a mix of dwelling types, dwelling sizes in a location like this. I'll just touch on a couple of the issues Councillor Cope raised. In terms of overlooking, I understand that when you live in a context where you have a particularly high level of privacy, then introducing new windows into that may feel like an invasion of privacy, and it's, you know, obviously for the person that lives there to kind of feel how they feel about that. But planning policy doesn't protect sort of super levels of privacy, if you like. You know, the distances involved here are well in excess of what our amenity standards require. So to refuse something on privacy when we are kind of 5 to 6 meters difference from a boundary at the front with a drive, and 20 plus meters further than the standards require for windows to dwellings, you know, it's not even close to being on where we would regard as unacceptable for overlooking. That's probably what I have to say on that, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Wilson, you've got your hand up.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'd just like to support this application. I think it's a very good application, to be quite honest, and I listened to the arguments on the other side very much. And although obviously, you know, people don't like change. I think it's an application about that largely, and to be honest, you know, as the officer rightly said, here we got limited supply of housing around. As you know, in the Vale Glamorgan, we got several thousands of people on the housing maintenance list, and to be honest, creating more residential properties, irrespective of what they are, will create more and more supply of housing, and we need to be thinking about that almost everywhere in the Vale Glamorgan. And I think there's enough amenity space on this site and enough movements around. And I would also like to formally support this application. I'd like to move that. Chair.
You're moving officers' recommendations. Thank
As
you.
I am. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. I'll formally second that then. Now, Stephen, do you want to sum up, or?
I think we've had quite a good debate. Just picking up on Councillor Coutts' comments regarding disabled spaces, I certainly understand where she's coming from. So the parking, it's one of these issues where it's basically because it's on private land. It's not something that the highway, even though there are disabled standards set out in the SPG, a development of this size, private development wouldn't. It's almost up to the applicant really to put those spaces in. But nevertheless, there are spaces at the end of either bay which could accommodate, which would have space around them to accommodate kind of side access. There's the same sort of layout that you would find in a supermarket disabled space, with an area at the back and an area to the side. So again, ultimately, that parking layout is down really to the management and arrangement between between occupiers. And we would like to think that, if there was someone that was disabled, that they could, they would say, well, you use that space because it's easier to get in and out. Simple as that, really.
Okay, thank you for that. In that case, there being no other sort of hands and nothing else, I think we've had indication that people are going to vote against as well. Perhaps Gareth, you can run a vote for us, please.
Certainly, Chair. Okay, so this is for approving the application. Can I start off with Councillor Bruce? Are you for or against the application?
Against.
Okay, Councillor Buckley, are you for or against the application? Councillor Buckley?
In light of the officer's answers, I'm for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cave, are you for or against the application?
I'm against.
Okay, Councillor Champion, are you for or against the application?
For.
Okay, Councillor Camp, are you for or against the application?
Against.
Okay, Councillor Drake, are you for or against the application?
For officer's recommendation.
Okay, Councillor Ernest, are you for or against the application?
Against the application.
Okay, Councillor Gilligan, are you for or against the application?
For.
Councillor Hodges, are you for or against?
Against.
Councillor Johnson, are you for or against the application?
And I've been against.
Okay, Councillor Payne, are you for or against the application?
For officer's recommendation.
Councillor Perks, are you for or against the application?
For the application.
Councillor Perry, are you for or against the application?
Against.
Councillor Stallard, are you for or against the application?
Obliged, for.
Councillor Thomas, are you for or against the application?
For.
Councillor Williams, are you for or against the application?
For the officer's recommendations.
And Councillor Wilson, are you for or against the application?
For the application.
Okay, Chair, that's 10 for and 7 against.
That's what I make it to. Thank you very much, all. That's carried. That's supported. And moving on, then we move back. We move back to the former railway sidings for the Millennium Barry application 2020/07775/OUT. And I think Ian, you're presenting on this.
That's right, Chair. Thank you. Here we go. Thanks, Chair. So this is an application on 1.6 hectares of land formerly used as railway sidings between For the Millennium and the railway line. The plan I hope I'm showing now shows the location of it. Oh, we see in
We
the
can see
plan.
that, yeah, we can see that.
Great. Okay, fine. So that's the roundabout there that takes you under the railway bridge into the bottom of Vere Street, and the council's dock office is to the kind of the southwest below this. As it happens, the majority of the site is actually technically outside the settlement boundary. The settlement boundary runs tight along the housing to the north of the site. But that's not to change the fact that it still kind of lies within the context of the generally the built up area of the town. So not sort of green countryside in the way that we normally think of the word countryside. The section of the site that actually lies to the northeast of the railway, of where the road crosses under, that actually is within the settlement. This is an outline application for up to 56 affordable units proposed by an affordable housing provider. It's outlined except for access and scale. So the application does seek approval of the point of access into the site and the kind of the height of the buildings, which would be up to 12 metres in height. The layout shown on the plans is purely indicative, just to show how you might fit 56 units in here. I'll just say at this point, while it comes to me, that the application was initially, I believe, for 90 plus units. So there's been quite a lot of amendment and scaling back of the aspirations of the applicant in terms of what the site can accommodate. So we're down to 56 now, but that layout there is just indicative and is not, to infer that's what the development would necessarily look like at the end. Access to the site would be from For the Millennium and would involve, it's a little bit grainy, but it would involve a new right-hand turn lane, so some localized carriage widening, and the right-hand turn lane, which would mean that cars coming from the east wouldn't sort of have to sit waiting behind traffic as they were if the traffic was waiting to turn into the site. You've got a new sort of ghost island lane here. Ecological enhancements would be contained in the eastern part of the site here. The latest local market housing assessment shows a need for 1,205 affordable units per year, and it shows a need for 403 in the ward of Castleland. So this would obviously make a reasonably sizable contribution towards affordable housing need in the ward and in the town as a whole. Members will note at the end of the report that there is a section 106 agreement proposed, which contains a number of contributions based on 31 units. That takes into account the council's policy on not seeking contributions on wholly affordable housing developments for the first 25 units. So those are set out. It's about 80-odd thousand pounds towards education, 70-odd thousand towards transport, which could accommodate bus stops, which are required by condition on For the Millennium. A percentage for art, 54,000 towards public open space, and just under 40,000 towards community facilities. The way the recommendation has been set out is to confer that if this were not one of the council's 4 partner registered social landlords providing this development, the section 106 would be based on the full 56 units. So I think we've covered this probably in previous meetings, but just again, for the avoidance of doubt for members, the not seeking section 106 on the first 25 affordable units only applies to council housing and developments by Newydd, Wales and West, United Welsh and Hafod. So the recommendation notes that if it were a different affordable housing provider taking this on, they would be required to sign up to a legal agreement of greater proportions. I'll leave it there for now, Chair, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ian. We've got one registered speaker on this, and I've also got an indication from Democratic that any councillors who are not members of this committee at the moment who may wish to speak, could you indicate now? Pam and Sandra, both members of the committee, so it's members of the councillors who are not members of the committee I'm looking for. No, there are none. In that case, we'll go to the speaker, who is Mr. Michael Rees.
Sorry, Chair, I think Councillor Payne has just put her hand up.
Councillor Payne, I thought Councillor Payne was a member of the...
I am a member.
Yeah, she's a member of the committee. The 3 who've got their hands up, Councillor Drake, Councillor Perks and Councillor Payne, are all members of the committee. If they'd like to put their hands down, because we've got a speaker first. In that case, Mr. Rees, are you there?
I am. Can you
Hello,
hear me?
Mr. Rees. Yeah, you're speaking for the application. I believe you're the agent. Yes.
I am. Yes.
You have 3 minutes as per from the moment the time you start speaking. You'll be given a 1 minute warning before the end, and if you'd stay on for questions, please.
Thank you, Chair and fellow members. My name is Michael Rees from LRM Planning. I would like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. I represent owners, developers and Havod Housing Association, who, if planning permission is granted today, will be pleased to provide 100% affordable housing on this site. As indicated by officers, there is a significant need for affordable homes locally. And when my clients first considered this site, they initially sought to maximise the numbers and had applied for some 93 dwellings. This, on reflection, was too bold and rightly attracted some criticism. As a result of working closely with officers, those concerns have been addressed. The plans before you have been scaled back to a maximum of 56 units. The proposed buildings are virtually invisible from key viewpoints into the site, and a new protected right turning lane introduced at the junction. When the Welsh Government set out its criteria for the future selection of brownfield sites, their aim was to focus on previously developed land in sustainable locations, well served by local amenities and public transport, and in particular railway stations. It was as though this policy had been written specifically with sites such as this in mind. Havod should, I think, be commended for their interest in this brownfield site and for their determination to work with stakeholders to overcome the issues raised. They deserve further credit for seeking to achieve an exemplar site with dwellings that will achieve carbon net zero and be very economical to heat. The route to where we have been now has been a long one, and I would note that whilst I've been a planning consultant working in South Wales for more than 20 years, your officers are without doubt amongst the most diligent and their attention to detail commendable. You can rightly be proud and take comfort in the work that they do, even if on times they make my life rather more difficult than I would like. For example, officers require a very detailed approach towards the outline proposals to ensure that the scheme could achieve a high standard of accommodation of living and living. As a result, scale is now set as a condition of any permission. We have drilled down into detail in respect of noise, drainage, ecology and landscape to ensure these can all be addressed thoroughly. For instance, we have over 30 square metres of open space per person on site, excluding private gardens and balconies. And our clients are strongly of the view that the public art contribution is an opportunity to pay homage to Barry's Link, and this site in particular to the work of Di Woodham in salvaging over 300 steam engines. In addition to the Section 106 contributions, officers required 2 new bus stops on a road not currently served by a bus route, but in anticipation of improvements to the network that are currently being planned. The project has technical approval for grant funding from the Welsh Government, such that an approval today would shortly be followed by the delivery of a mixture of new homes fully supported by the Wales Housing Officer. We are delighted that we have reached a position that is acceptable to your officers, and I would respectfully ask you to support their decision.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
thank you.
That's it. Right. Any points of clarification, please, from members of the committee? I see no hands. Ian, Councillor Stallard, is that a point of clarification?
Yes, sorry. It's just a question really about something I read in the report, and I paraphrase, but my understanding was that the kind of instinctive place to put pedestrian access was on the east of the site, but there was some engineering reasons why that wasn't possible. I was just wondering if these were, insurmountable, or whether there was some way of providing pedestrian access in the kind of logical direction that people might want to go. Sorry if it's not the right time.
That's a point raised on the report rather than a point on what Mr. Rees has said. So it's not really a point of clarification, but I'm sure that we can ask Ian to address that when we get back to him.
Sorry.
No, you're right. It can be kind of confusing. Mr. Rees, in that case, I see no other hands up, in which case, thank you very much for your time. And you can go off camera and mute yourself and we'll continue with the debate. Ian, do you want to step in now, or shall I
Yeah,
ask for
That's fine.
contributions?
Yeah, that's fine, Chair. Thanks. It's really to do with the levels, the bank, how steep it is, and the presence of trees. So it just can't be properly accommodated to get up the change in levels. Would be, if you imagine based on what would be acceptable gradients, it would be a significant zigzag at best. I'm not even sure that would be possible to achieve, but it would be a huge land take at best. So yeah, regrettably it can't be provided, but we're of the view that the pedestrian route from the main access is still, reasonable and not too long to reach Cadoxton. That's a good question, I think.
Right, I had 3 hands up before all this. If any other members of the committee now want to join in, Helen Payne, your hand has come up first.
Thank you, Chair. So I think this one's for Ian, and there were a few things really. One was the cycle path. Obviously, the cycle path runs down there. I want to know what happens to that route and the entry onto For the Millennium, because I do occasionally use that cycle path. Also, the trees. Obviously, there's lots and lots of trees. What will happen to the trees with the build? Will they be replaced? And my other issue is around flooding. I know from experience, that's my end of town, that there have been issues along that road with flooding, and it would be at the point of the entrance. So those are kind of things: cycle path, trees, and flooding. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to reply to that now, Ian, or would you want to hear some more?
Yeah, that's fine. So there's a condition, I was trying to find the number, but there's a condition on the permission relating to engineering details at the entrance. Yeah, the cycle route would need to cross over the access to the site, but that can be designed in a way that accommodates it. It's not unusual for cycle paths to have to cross junctions. We just make sure that the engineering and the way it's laid out facilitates it properly. In terms of trees, the vast majority will be staying. There would be some minor tree loss, but there'll be room for those to be replaced within a landscaping scheme, a ratio of 2 to 1, in the same way that our SPG normally requires. And in terms of flood risk, the site itself isn't at high flood risk. The engineering details that we get in for the site access would be required to kind of show how how surface water drainage will be dealt with across the site access, but the development itself into the site wouldn't be at in one of the high risk flood categories.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Drake. Pam.
Yes. As stated in the report, I responded in August 2020 to the initial consultation and against in January 2021, following the amendments of the scheme, which I was very grateful for. Whilst I totally agree with the urgent need for social housing, I did have some concerns. And my main concern was the access to the site, exit and access, on a well-used single carriageway. And I've seen from the Highways Department, they've put forward that a ghost island is installed. Could somebody explain what this will involve? Would it mean a widening of the road? Would that be quite a costly exercise? And also regarding bus transport, as it stands at the moment, we don't have any bus routes along there. And if it does happen and bus shelters are installed near the site, crossings would be needed in order for passengers to cross the roads. Well, what kind of crossings could be installed for a safe crossing? That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Okay. So the bus, sorry, not bus, the road widening and Ghost Island, yeah, there would be localised widening. It wouldn't be along a significant proportion of the road. That would be a cost that would have to be borne by the developer. It's about basic access into the site. So sometimes, transport infrastructure is the cost of that might be deducted from the Section 106 amount for sustainable transport, where it's about providing connectivity and linkages to other things in the town. Where we're looking at kind of basic access into the site, that would just be a development cost for the developer. The Ghost Island is, if you imagine at the moment, if you're travelling along For the Millennium from the east, If that junction were there and you were looking to turn right into it and there was oncoming traffic, you'd be sitting there waiting, blocking the free flow of traffic. So this kind of Ghost Island right-hand turn lane would enable vehicles to pull into that, and they could then sit and wait in the carriageway for an opportunity to turn, and traffic coming from behind them can still pass. So just about keeping the free flow of traffic. The highways engineer spent some time looking at the issue of the bus stops with the case officer, because, as Mr. Rees mentioned, there's the transport interchange being provided at the dock office. There is going to be, increased potential and a more appropriate need for kind of buses potentially to link along here. We're happy that there is adequate opportunity to cross to the east of the site entrance. See if I can get up on my plan here, and to the east of. I forget the name of the road that turns into the docks there. If I bring up, if I share my screen a moment here, I'm talking so the site entrance is here, but the scope to cross is more likely to be in this area here. Now there's a condition that requires more further detail, full detail of that to be submitted. So it would need to be, an engineering level of detail to satisfy the highways engineers that those stops are in the right place. But we have raised that specific point with the highways engineers. Are they happy that a location can be achieved along that route, along For the Millennium, where bus stops can be safely provided with adequate crossing means? And they've assured us they're happy of that.
So you think that Ghost Island would be a feasible option, especially, we have a lot of lorries travelling on that road, and it's not a very wide road.
No, that's fine. It's a fair question. The plan that the highways engineers have looked at, again, I'll share my screen, which shows the Ghost Island. It's not an indicative plan, it's a detailed plan. It shows carriageway widths, and they're in knowledge of the nature of the route and the nature of the traffic that uses it. They're happy that this carriageway width is appropriate and does cater for the necessary widths for the vehicles that would be using it.
Oh, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Pam. Sandra, you're next. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Ian about the noise report that's on there. It talks a little bit about the orientation of the properties to sort of have the bedrooms at the back where the railway is and stuff like that. So even though the plans that we have are just indicative plans, would it be something that the housing association, that we would be recommending to them that they orientate the houses so that is sort of something for the bedrooms being at the back of the property? Also, I wondered about sort of the windows that these houses will have. So it says that they could possibly have upgraded windows. Does that mean triple glazed windows, Ian, or is it something else? And also acoustic window vents as well. Could you just talk a little bit around that for me, please?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of my notes here, yes, there's no reason why they couldn't orientate the dwellings appropriately to deal with that. And I believe there's a condition that requires compliance with the issues of the noise. I'm just looking for it here. There we go. There's condition 6 and 7. So condition 6 says no developments take place until further details of the noise mitigation measures to be installed based upon a revised report has been submitted. And then there's a requirement for sound testing as well. Now, that can only really take place when in conjunction with kind of the design of and layout of the development. So, depending on where the dwellings are, where the certain rooms are, proximity to different boundaries of the site, that will dictate the exact modelling of the noise impact. So that's something the applicant will need to do alongside designing their layout. They're aware of those requirements, and they submitted a noise report with the app, so I would say they're perfectly happy that those can be achieved. I think the noise report showed that traffic noise on For the Millennium is more the issue potentially with the site than the railway line. So that's why having habitable room windows close to the railway line is better than the reverse. I think it's fair to say this is not a perfect site in terms of the context and the potential constraints. And yeah, in an absolutely ideal world, you might not have dwellings with a relatively busy road and a railway line in close proximity. But nevertheless, the development can still be achieved with maintaining the required and adequate level of amenity. And it kind of comes back to the issue I talked about on the last application, where making use of sites in urban locations, these sites are in almost all cases kind of more constrained by context than a greenfield site where you've got nothing else really around it. And it's the usual planning balance between the harm and the benefits. So the benefits of using a brownfield site in an urban location to provide much needed affordable housing. There's a bit of a trade-off in terms of maybe the nature of the surroundings. That's not to say that we would recommend approval for something where the living conditions were fundamentally unacceptable, because that wouldn't be right regardless of the need to make use of brownfield land. But in this case, the technical consultees have said, yes, you can achieve an acceptable level. So it's just, it's a bit of a quirky site. It's not necessarily land that somebody would know was there and had the scope to be developed. But a lot of work has gone into demonstrating that it can be done in an acceptable way.
Oh, thank you very much, Ian.
Thanks.
Well, thank you. Councillor Perks. Next hand up is Councillor Buckley. Ian.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ian. You've already answered 2 of my questions. The only one, the other point I got, it says in the report that the Health and Safety Executive have put part of this site on the outer zone due to the chemical works, but I see that they haven't raised an objection. But there is mention of ground contamination, namely arsenic. And I just wanted a bit of further clarification on, would they have to say how they're going to deal with that before the stuff went ahead or before we granted planning permission? I can't remember the page, sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to find this specific condition. I know there's a contamination condition here. Bear with me, I'll find it now. Yeah, so conditions 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 all relate to contamination, and 25. They're quite common on developments now. Our SOS team are kind of really hot on these kinds of conditions. Yeah, there needs to be a remediation scheme and a verification plan submitted prior to, I'm trying to find the trigger for you. I think it's prior to commencement of development. So it's not something that we need to have a detail of prior to the decision on the application, but it is still a very onerous trigger. It's prior to commencement of development. Certainly not the kind of thing we would ever want to do prior to occupation of the dwellings. You wouldn't want to have a development built and then get looking for what you've got under the site. But yeah, there are some pretty belt and braces contamination conditions on the consent.
Thank you very much.
On the recommendation, I should say, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ian. And thank you, Ian. Right, next hand up is Councillor Champion. You're muted, Charles.
No, yeah, I got there eventually. Will the blue area on the plan, which is sort of set aside for the play area and the drainage and the ecological, will that be sort of planned out more during the next application, as it were? Well, not application, but conditions.
That's fine. Bear with me. Sorry, I've closed down the photos. Oh no, here they are. I thought I closed down the plans and photos on my computer. I'm just trying to get the plan to hand so I can share it and we can make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Page 31.
Okay,
I'm looking at.
I'll look at it on the report.
Oh, that's on the report. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I can look at it there. Right, so the blue area is supposed to be set aside for ecology. So in terms of open space and play, that would be accommodated in the remainder of the site.
And drainage.
Sorry.
And drainage.
In the blue, yeah. Sorry, but I was saying that's not designed to be the area where play would take place. I was going to try and get the drainage engineer's comments up for us. As with, and this will, I'm sure, be a conversation point on the application to come into Land Dock. since the inception of the SAB process, we don't need to, well, even before that, but we don't need to know the absolute detail of the drainage scheme prior to determination. As long as the drainage engineers are happy that the principle of what needs to happen can be accommodated within the site, they will generally say no objection and leave the detail of the drainage to the SAB process. So I wouldn't ordinarily expect a scheme of this type, all in outline bar, with access and scale, to have details of the drainage set out now, but the drainage engineers are happy that the site can deal with surface water drainage in the way it needs to.
Fine, okay, but the play area and all that, I just wondered there be any more detail on that.
There will at reserved matter stage, but not now. But we would. But
no, I'm not saying now.
No,
I just want in the future.
Yeah, if for argument's sake, the applicant was seeking to provide drainage in an area which was also needed for play, they would need to demonstrate with kind of modelling that wasn't going to be a fundamentally wet area, and it could still kind of function as dual purpose. But we have reservations about formal play areas overlapping with with drainage. But yeah, that would certainly be a core detail of a reserved matters application.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Ian. And last hand up, I think, is Councillor Hodges. Oh no, we've got another one just come up. Nick.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen the reports, obviously, and I remember the previous attempt at this scheme. All this talk really of transport, crossings, and access, I think goes to prove that this is a strange, isolated site. I noticed going through the paperwork that the previous opposition by Barry Town Council was in, and I appreciate this is an amended scheme, but it doesn't seem that this amended scheme has gone back to them. That seems to happen quite a lot with town and community councils, I think, where a scheme is put forward, they fundamentally object, and then the scheme doesn't seem to come back if and when it's amended. For the Millennium is now effectively the major road in Barry. It's not only for people going to the hugely opened up waterfront and Barry Island and the town itself, and even for people visiting our own offices. But this is a major trunk road, and to build this scheme in this area by a railway line and by a major road, I think goes to show that we are starting as a council to really scratch around for sites in Barry. And I really wonder and worry about the quality of life for anyone who has to live in these properties. When we hear about people on waiting lists, we're literally offering them, you live here, you refuse it, you probably get busted down the list, and then they're being asked to live in areas which are, I think, morally not acceptable. And I really object to this scheme, and I think I have to agree with former Councillor Moore that this scheme is not appropriate, and we should be doing better than this. I'll be objecting to this, Chairman, and in fact I'll move opposition.
Thank you, Councillor Hodges. Councillor Williams, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've listened to the discussion intently, and one of the comments is the fact that this development is next to the side, the railway, and yet when you look at the plan, just on the other side of the railway, there are already accommodation. So clearly, it is in a position which has caused that much problem because we've got existing people in Barry living there. I recognise that the previous application was refused, and I agreed at the time it was because of overdevelopment, the number of properties expected on that site, and this revised plan has taken that into consideration. So with all the other discussions we've had, and I recognise that we've talked about this main road, and that was a concern for me. We're obviously going to put. You know, we've got the highways people that have considered that, and there are going to be mitigations for that. So, and obviously with the island for the traffic, then I'm in a position where I would like to move officers' recommendations.
And can't take that at the moment, Eddie, as we already have a motion to reject.
Yeah, we don't have a seconder for that then.
We
Chair,
don't
then
yet have a seconder
yeah.
for that, no. But the next hand up is Councillor Ian Johnson, which I think might well be doing that. But thank you, Councillor Eddie. Ian Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I mean, good anticipation that I'll be seconding Councillor Hodges. I think fundamentally for me, the issue with this application is the site, which is something which is isolated from Barry. There's a reason this area wasn't within the town settlement, and similarly, there's lots of the properties that back on to the other side of the railway are not necessarily ones that you would automatically go for. The fundamentally, this is a social housing application which is largely isolated from other parts of town. It comes out of Fourth Millennium. This is a change to Fourth Millennium, because by introducing crossings on this stretch of road, you're changing the sort of the nature of that from the junction at Vere Street up to the junction with dock offices. For me, the previous application here wasn't really about. It's not really therefore about the number of amount of accommodation, the numbers that you have there, or even the style of housing they've got there. It's that I don't feel this is actually a good location for housing in the first place. And if we're going to be, we often have a conversation around social housing and parking and the number of cars, and therefore it's not a problem with social housing that there's that you don't have so many car parking spaces. Here we've got an area of social housing that we're wishing to develop, which is largely only really available if you have a car. It's not a pleasant experience to walk under the railway bridge at Cadoxton. It's not a pleasant experience necessarily to want to walk all the way from Barry Docks down that road. Sort of in the evening. I don't think this is a good location for housing development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ian. So we have a moved and seconded resolution to reject officers' recommendations, which means that we may, we'll need to vote on that soon. Ian Robinson, you have your hand up next. Is it something you want to address now, or would you like to hear from the other two people first?
Go on, I'll address it now if I can, just because there's a few points. So I just wanted to give clarification on the consultations with Barry Town Council. Barry Town Council were consulted 3 times on this planning application, most recently in August last year, at the point when the most recent, the substance of the most recent plans were submitted. So I just want to make sure that's clear that the Town Council were consulted. I probably agree with Councillor Hodges in what he said about finding sites in Barry and scratching around. I mean, we just had candidate sites submitted to us for the local development plan review, and we've had starkly little come in from site promoters within the kind of the core parts of Barry. The parts of the town where affordable housing need is greatest, the parts which contain potentially the previously developed land, which is what planning policy says we should be developing on. So yeah, there's not a great deal out there. So to meet housing needs, if we're, as per what I said earlier, if we're not able to develop within our settlements, we're looking at going to the outer parts of our settlements, which really are not so well connected to services and things that people need on a day-to-day basis. For me, that's just extra reason why, although it might not be the perfect site, that's extra reason why this is an acceptable site, because where else in Barry are we going to find our affordable housing? And I want to emphasise that that's not at all costs. If the living conditions aren't acceptable, then we don't recommend approval. But we don't have any objection from a technical consultee here. And it does stack up as an acceptable site in our opinion. So I think that's just the relative absence of sites in Barry is very material to that. I don't think it's isolated. It's 300 or so meters, I think, from the railway the tunnel under the bridge, and then you're under the bridge and you're at a retail centre in Cadoxton. That's closer to. I know Vere Street is not the Vere Street it was. There's still a relatively high amount going on there in terms of services you get next to residential areas. You know, the distance from this site to Vere Street and to a lot of employment sites, it's a lot closer than most houses in Barry are to the same level of kind of services and employment opportunities. I don't really see that you would need the car to function here. Cadoxton train station is, I would imagine, I haven't measured it, probably less than a kilometre's walk. So it really is a sustainable site. Yeah, I think that probably covers the point. So I'm happy to come back on more points that they're raised, but I wanted to just address those while they were fresh in the mind.
Looking at the hands up, I'm sure there'll be more points raised. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, obviously, very concerned about the points that are made, but I think you also need to balance it. And I think if you look on page 34, it looks at the need of housing in the Castle Land ward. And there's a great need for housing in this area. And I really feel that, you know, we got to reach a balance in terms of this application. And the thing is, it's driven by a very well-known and very good housing association here who take issue, you know, and I take issue of anyone who opposes that, because really this housing association has got a good reputation. And I feel it'll be well-managed development and things will be looked after. And I know we got excellent local members there as well. So really, I'd like to support this application. I think, you know, given what Ian was saying about the lack of available sites in the Barry area, and bear in mind, you know, we got to remember that Barry is the biggest population of any centre in the Vale of Glamorgan. And we got to remember there's a huge demand in this area for housing. So I like to support it on those grounds. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Perry is the next hand up. Ian?
Oh yeah, I am back. Yeah, yeah, it's a road that I know well. It's a very, very busy road. And yes, there is railway noise and trains are annoyingly noisy at times and disturb sleep. And there are health and well-being problems associated with both noise from railways and from the roads. The road is particularly noisy. There's a lot of heavy traffic on that road, and it's also got a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. Now, some of the unintended consequences might be that you then have to reduce the speed limit following new Welsh Government guidance to 20 miles an hour, and that's perhaps not being discussed. And yeah, although 20 is plenty and great, sometimes we need to perhaps go a little bit quicker. And that is an unintended consequence that hasn't sort of been discussed today. We're having more people crossing the road with crossings, with bus stops. Then you've got to start reconsidering the speed limit on that section of road. Yeah, it is a very industrial area. I kind of agree with Ian. It's kind of useful to walk to work, and you can potentially cycle along to Morrison's or past Morrison's to the other supermarkets. So yes, it is kind of in some ways located well, but you are between two sources of noise, and there are the unintended consequences of developing this site with the new junction onto what is an incredibly busy road. And you know, I go to Cardiff Road and it is car after lorry after truck after van after lorry after, it just goes on. Yeah, and I wouldn't want to live close to that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Ian, do you want to come back on that, or we have Councillor Payne's hand up as well? Nope. In that case, Helen, if you were.
Thank you. So it is a really busy area. I do walk there. I do walk under the bridge. And there's existing housing there. It's becoming quite a vibrant place. I don't see that it's too far away from anything, really. I walk under there with my dog quite regularly. The tunnel's quite busy during the day. There's lots of new stuff on Cardiff Road as well. There's existing housing to the left of the tunnel. So we need affordable housing. It's not far from my own house. So I'm in support of this application, really. That's kind of what I wanted to say, that, you know, it's something we need. I had considered the site and, you know, the road and everything, but we've got all along the railway line, we have housing in Barry. It's kind of, you know, I quite like it. I live close to it, so I'm supporting it.
Thank you, Helen. I see no other hands up. Ian, is there anything you want to say to sum up, or are you happy?
Yeah, I think it's all been
With the
said.
discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. In that case, we have a motion to reject officers' recommendations, which we need to vote on. So if I can ask Democratic Services to do the honours, please.
So,
Okay,
Chair, sorry, have we got a clear reason for refusal set out before we start voting on it?
Nick, it was your motion.
Well, should we see if we actually get it approved first? I think Labour seem very happy to approve it, so I suspect it's going to go through, Chairman. We'll see, shall we?
I think because the motion to refuse came first, we need to vote on that first, but we need to have
reasons
a planning
to do it,
reason for refusal before we can vote on it.
Outside the settlement line, inappropriate site, isolated site, detriment of human rights, noisy site, dangerous site.
Okay, those would be, or
Do you want some
I mean,
more?
No. Those could well be good planning reasons for refusal. However, we do need to, you know, as James said, we do need to express those before we vote, before we know what we're voting on. In that case, given those things, those reasons, that's what we're proposing to vote on. Is that okay, James?
Yeah, I just wondered whether Ian can kind of consider sort of, I know we've done before where just sort of consider adding some wording around them.
I can do. There was obviously quite a lot of reasons given then. So to put all of those things into words would take some time. But while I'm happy to do that, do we want to have the vote and then see after that?
If the vote goes against, then Ian can put that into context for the rejection. Councillor Perry, you have your hand up. We're going to a vote. Why?
Yeah, just very quick to add to what Nick said. There's the 7 ways of working and the health and well-being of residents who potentially could live there.
Right. Okay. In that case, moving on to a vote. Democratic, if you could please do that, Gareth.
Okay, Chair. Yep. Okay, Councillor Bruce, are you for or against refusal?
I'm against the development.
Okay.
So you're for refusal?
Yes, if that's what it means, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Okay, Councillor Buckley, are you for or against refusal?
I'm against refusal.
Okay, Councillor Cave, are you for or against refusal?
I'm for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Champion, are you for or against refusal?
Against refusal, sorry.
Councillor Camp, are you for or against refusal?
I'm for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Drake, are you for or against refusal?
Against.
Councillor Ernest, are you for or against refusal?
Against refusal.
Councillor Gilligan, are you for or against refusal?
Against.
Councillor Hodges, are you for or against refusal?
For refusal.
Councillor Johnson, are you for or against refusal?
O'Blider thought for refusal.
Councillor Payne, are you for or against refusal?
Against refusal.
Councillor Perks, are you for or against refusal?
Against refusal.
Councillor Perry, are you for or against refusal?
I'm for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Starlad, are you for or against refusal?
Nerbyn, against refusal.
Okay. Councillor Thomas, are you for or against refusal?
I'm against refusal.
Councillor Williams, are you for or against refusal?
Against refusal.
And Councillor Wilson, are you for or against refusal?
I'm against refusal.
Okay, Chair, that's 11 against and 6 for.
That's what I make it 2. Thank you very much. We now then, by the rule, have to go to a vote on officers' recommendations. So we're now voting basically the same thing, but the other way around. Mark.
Yeah, I would like to support officers, and I want to move
officer
for.
recommendations. Thank you very much. And Eddie.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So that's moved and seconded. In that case, once again, Democratic officers, if you would run the vote, please.
Sorry, Chair, Councillor Perry has his hand up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Ian.
Yeah, can I just clarify that we have taken into account the 7 ways of working in our decision making today?
Yes. Yeah, move to the vote, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, Councillor Bruce, are you for approval or against approval?
I haven't got a clue. I'm totally baffled.
We are now voting for or against officers' recommendations. So before we were, Nick moved to reject officers' recommendations. We declined to do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that we. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that we support recommendations. We now have to vote on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it just makes the whole thing sort of a little more laborious than it needs to be.
Yes.
Councillor Bruce, are you for? You're against. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Buckley, are you for or against approval?
In light of the need for social housing down there, I'm in favour.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cave, are you for or against approval?
Against.
Okay, Councillor Champion, are you for or against approval?
For.
Councillor Cowp, are you for or against approval?
Against.
Councillor Drake, are you for or against approval?
For.
Councillor Ernest, are you for or against approval?
For approval.
Councillor Gilligan, are you for or against approval?
For approval.
Councillor Hodges, are you for or against approval?
Against.
Councillor Hodges, sorry, Councillor Johnson, are you for or against approval?
And Erbyn, against.
Councillor Payne, are you for or against approval?
For approval.
Councillor Perks, are you for or against approval?
For approval.
Councillor Perry, are you for or against approval?
Against.
Councillor Stallard, are you for or against approval?
For or blind.
Councillor Thomas, are you for or against approval?
I'm for.
Councillor Williams, are you for or against approval?
Applied for.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson, are you for or against approval?
For approval.
Okay, Chair, that's carried 11-6.
That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Right, we've been at it for 2 hours. I suggest a 10-minute break so people can top up their coffees and so on. Before we do that, though, Councillor Champion?
Yes, I've just had a message from Councillor Cave saying she's going to have to leave the meeting. She's got another meeting.
It's okay. Thank you very much for that. For the rest of us, I propose a 10-minute break before we carry on with the next 2. We've been out for 2 hours. We're going to be quite a long time for the rest. So back at 10
Is that
past.
10 past? 10 past,
Yeah.
Chair?
Yes, come back at 10 past, please.
Thank you.
You can delay the There we go. And it's 10 past, so I'm assuming that everyone is back who is coming back. I know Councillor Cave has dropped out. So moving on to the next one on the list, which is 2020-01590 oblique HYB, land south of Llandoch Hill and Penarth Road, Llandoch. If you, I think, Ian, this is one of your, no, Stephen,
No,
this is one
it's
of
me,
yours.
Chairman.
Stephen, sorry, I
Thank you very much.
apologise.
That's no-
Stephen, it's one of yours. Can you
Not a
introduce it,
problem.
please?
Okay. So the site itself is a 4.2 hectare area of land on the northeastern edge of Llandoch. It's next to the Penarth Road, located to the northwest of the site, and Llandoch Hill is located to the north, and Cogan Pill Road is located to the south. It is a site which contains quite a significant proportion of tree cover. And in particular, the site also slopes quite steeply upwards from Penarth Road towards Cogan Pill Road. It's also worth noting that the site is in the settlement boundary for Llandoch. Not only is it in the settlement boundary, it's actually an allocated housing site, and it forms part of a slightly larger site, which includes the former reservoir located which adjoins the southeast part of the site. So it's a bit of a complicated application. It's what's called a hybrid planning application. It comprises of two elements, an outline element and a full application element. So slightly similar to the application we previously heard. The outline element is for the provision of 133 dwellings, in addition to access, which is for consideration. So access is being submitted as part of the outline application, but all other matters are reserved. So the site itself, if I just zoom in a little bit, is split into two parts, which they are calling plateaus effectively. So really to develop the site out, they've got to create a higher plateau and a lower plateau. So the lower plateau will provide 100 units, and the upper plateau 33 houses. So the site's been sort of divided where there's a higher density development along the northern part of the site, which fronts onto Penarth Road, and lower density on the southern part of the site, which fronts onto Cogan Pill Road. So indicatively, as submitted, there are 59 one-bed flats, 41 two-bed flats, 14 three-bed flats, and 19 four-bedroom houses. So the blocks of flats are proposed to be between 3 and 5 stories in height, which is between 9 and 18 metres in height. And the houses are proposed to be either 2-storey split level or 2 to 3 storey. And they're at a height of between 7 and 12.5 metres. So the full planning application is sought for the construction of what is the internal access road, which also provides, zoom on here, a new junction with Llandoch Hill, and really that's as much as I want to say, really. So the layout really shown in front of you is very indicative. The only thing that is fixed effectively is the location of the road. I'll just quickly show you the parameter plans, just for a bit of context. So these show the developable areas. The red line is the area that's subject to the road, and this plan is quite a useful plan, and which has been circulated. It sets out the parameters, which show that part of the northern part is 3-storey, then it links to 5-storey, then you've got kind of intermediate 2 and 3-storey, and then you've got the lower 2-storey. Just to say, on this application, we have had a matters arising note. This is from Mr. Max Wallace, submitted by Councillor Carroll. Mr. Wallace has been raising concern in relation to effectively drainage matters on the scheme. The matters rising note's been circulated to members yesterday. Officers, the case officer and the drainage officer have provided a very detailed response addressing all of the matters raised by Mr. Wallace, and I hope members have taken the opportunity to read those responses. In addition to that, we've also made an action which is to amend condition 5, which effectively adds in the flood consequence assessment into the approved plan list on the and similarly amend condition 39 to also include the flood consequence assessment. So the recommended decisions are split into two parts. The first part of the outline conditions, and the second part would be the full application. So there's a lot of conditions in there that are replicated because you know, the road could effectively be built in isolation to the reserve matters part. So there might look like a lot of duplication in the recommendations, but that's it for now, Chairman. I'm happy to come back as and when.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
The only person who's indicated that they want to speak at the moment, I think, on this is Councillor Carroll, who's the local member. So, George, if you're there.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity.
Same rules apply, I'm afraid, George. 3 minutes and so on, I believe.
Yeah, so I will make a start then. As members will be aware from the papers, the community of Landock has serious concerns about this application. I think most clearly demonstrated by the fact that over 100 letters of objection were submitted. Now, I myself submitted detailed objections at both the application and pre-application stage, details of which are set out in the papers, so I won't go through them in full because time will preclude me from doing so. But I would like to take the opportunity to draw the committee's attention to specific concerns relating to drainage at and near this site. Anybody who is familiar with Landock Hill will be aware of considerable water discharge at the top and bottom of the hill. Recently, the council at some cost constructed an interceptor drain to help address this problem, but at the bottom of the hill there is significant discharge near to the property York Lodge, which is directly opposite the site in question and just meters from the development. This then, in periods of heavy rainfall, discharges water onto Penarth Road, which is a severe flood risk. Now, given these visible and well-documented issues, I was astonished to see that this application was recommended for approval. The site in question is, to all intents and purposes, a green space. Concreting it over has two effects, or will have two effects. First and foremost, it will potentially put these properties at risk from flooding. And secondly, it has the potential to exacerbate the existing drainage issues as a result of the loss of green space that currently absorbs water in the area. Now, I passed on concerns regarding the drainage that was submitted to me by a third party. While I'm grateful to officers for addressing them, I still have serious concerns about the drainage on the site. And so I would at the very least request that the decision is deferred so that these can be properly addressed. If the application is approved, and I very much hope it isn't, then significant and sizable Section 106 contributions will be required to compensate the community. But as I said, for the reasons I've outlined, I would strongly urge the committee to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are there there aren't any points of clarification, or are there? Councillor Penn, you have your hand up. Is that for a point of clarification?
No, it was just having lived here and been on Landock Community Council when this came up previous.
Sorry, no, I apologise. I forgot. Elliot, you're not a member of the committee, therefore, but you can speak as a member of the council. So you have your hand up and can therefore speak as a councillor. You have 3 minutes, the same as George.
Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, I apologise for that.
That's all right. This, as a resident of Landock and a former member of Landock Community Council, this came up previously in pre-app stage. Being a builder, I was looking at this, and I have to say the mitigations over flooding satisfied my concerns at the time, I think I was a lone voice, or possibly there was only a small amount of voices on the community council who were in favour of this, or weren't actually against it, but not actually in favour. I walk my son to school on Landock Pill quite often, and I would be sad to see that green space go, but with the pressing need of housing and the mitigations over flooding, I don't have a problem with it as being a resident and a former community councillor. It would have been nice to have seen a wider buffer, a green buffer between Cogan Pill and the housing, to keep a sense of Cogan Pill being more wild. But I would say, based on the documents I've looked at, it seems a reasonable proposal that the scheme does. Thanks, Chair. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councillor Penn. Right, there being no other speakers from outside, Stephen, I don't know whether you want to address the issues raised by Councillor Carroll.
I'm happy to.
And Councillor Penn.
So just starting with Councillor Carroll's comments, you know, we're certainly not underestimating the strength of local opposition. I believe over 100 letters of objection received. You know, wide-ranging, particularly concerns in relation to drainage, but also in relation to facilities within Landock, etc. Just from a starting point, again, as I said in my introduction, this is an allocated site. So this site has already been, if you want to call it that, tested by a planning inspector as part of the hearing sessions for the LDP. So the inspector would have had specific hearing sessions on all of the allocated sites and would have looked at the sites, whether they're appropriate to develop, whether there are any constraints that would prevent development, or providing the appropriate level of density. So from our point of view, it's gone through, it's almost as if by being an allocated site, the principle has already to some degree been accepted. But nevertheless, things do change on site, and you know, this is one of the latter sites in the LDP, that an LDP allocation that's come forward at a relatively late stage in the LDP. So just in terms of drainage, you know, we know, you know, we're not disputing there are issues. If you went, particularly looking at the rain now, if you went down to Penarth Road and the bottom of Landock Hill, you'd probably see water running down. The drainage engineer accepts that, officers accept that. That is the existing situation. So I know a request has been made to defer, from Councillor Carroll, to defer the application in order to fully consider and provide more details in respect of drainage. But what we must emphasise is that the detailed drainage scheme will be under the SAB authority. So I don't know whether members know, but historically, drainage was dealt with under the planning system, but the new provisions of Schedule 3 of the Flood and Water Management Act set up SAB bodies to specifically deal with surface water, and so specifically to deal with sustainable drainage on all new developments, and also to ensure that that drainage was adopted and then therefore maintained. So it's a much higher level. So by no means are we saying that drainage is not an issue. In fact, you know, it's a SAB scheme. The SAB application goes through the same sort of process: plans, documents, technical information, and they would then assess the application the same way that officers would. So, you know, nevertheless, you know, we've had, as the late reps, matters rising been circulated, we have had a flood, you know, a detailed flood consequence assessment with the application, and also drainage statement. So, say the drainage engineers, in respect of the general strategy and the way that the site is going to be dealing with surface water and greenfield runoff, etc., they're happy with the level of detail that we've got at the moment, but they fully accept, and it's stated in our matters rising note, that the final drainage strategy will require approval by the SAB. So it's really just to emphasise that we are not here to consider the final finite detail of how drainage will work on this site. It's down to the SAB authority. In an ideal world, you can deal with a SAB application in parallel and tandem with a planning application. But invariably, SAB process is a very costly process, and inevitably developers like to get planning permission in first before they can progress to a SAB scheme. But it might be the case of, if, for example, planning permission is granted, that the scheme might have to be amended in future to accord with the SAB requirements. So, for example, while there's an indication of attenuation basin, that would have to be subject to much more detailed calculations and assessments, and the depth of that basin may well change. So it's all about the really, really technical detail, which the SAB authority would deal with as a totally separate application. So whilst I understand Councillor Carroll's concern and the concern of the wider community, you know, the fact there is a separate SAB process, you know, it's a very, very rigorous process to go through, and I can assure you that they wouldn't be given sort of SAB approval without the council SAB team being fully satisfied that the scheme kind of wipes its own face in respect of surface water runoff. But equally, we're not here to fix. They're not there to fix an existing problem. It's just to mitigate the impacts of their own development, and that's quite an important thing to state. It's not the role of the developer to fix, you know, external problems, just to accommodate development within the site. Just on the comments by Councillor Elliott, again, in terms of he likes to walk the dog there. Just going back to my previous comment that this is a long-standing housing allocation. I know sort of people see it as a bit of a green line, undeveloped space as you sort of drive up Penarth Road to get into the Baronscourt roundabout, but it's a long-standing site that the inspector has accepted is appropriate for residential development. It's unfortunate because the site, I would just share my plan, which shows a couple of cross sections through the site, which I think are quite useful in. I mean, I certainly understand the concern about whether or not the development could be sort of brought off the boundaries, particularly on the Cogan Pill Road, which is a cycleway, footway. It's also an NCN route as well, but the levels are so difficult, and it's dominated by the sort of geometry of the road having to wind its way up and to create these level plateaus just to try and get those housing numbers in. You know, requires these dwellings to be, you know, brought back as much as they can be, but nevertheless we're still securing a scheme of tree planting, and that's why effectively on the Penarth Road side, say that the development is much higher density. So we've recognised the fact that Penarth Road is much more urban, especially when you look at what is opposite the site. Hence why the flatted blocks are on the Penarth Road side and the lesser density is on the Cogan Pill side. So, you know, we think nevertheless in terms of the general layout and what they're proposing indicatively, you know, is certainly going to work. But obviously that's still subject to a reserved matters application that would look at the final detail of exact siting and design, etc. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Steve. Right, we have 3 hands up at the moment. Councillor Ernest. Anthony.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, sorry about that. You caught me on the hop. Chairman, I've listened with great interest to the local member and and Councillor Penn as well, who apparently still lives there. I take note of what they say about the drainage, and I'm not going to refer to those. What I am going to refer to, firstly, Chairman, is the density of the proposed housing development. 100 units fronting Penarth Road and 33 houses on the upper level of the site. Now, for those who don't know the area particularly well, Penarth Road is an A-class road serving Cardiff to Barry, Dinas Powys and Penarth. There is a railway line the other side of the main road, which again serves the Vale of Glamorgan line and the Penarth line. There is a train every 5 or 10 minutes up and down from Penarth, and the Barry line as well has a similar frequency. And of course there are goods trains going through as well as it's a diversionary route for the London to Swansea trains. So it's a noisy environment. That's the point I'm trying to make. Many thousands of cars every hour use Penarth Road. Let's look at the, and one of the things about it as well, this site is opposite a car showroom and also an entertainment venue. So a very pleasant outlook, I would suggest, for those who are going to be in the flats on the front of the site on the roadside. The amenity space, I'm not sure just yet what sort of level of amenity space is going to be given to this development. As Stephen rightly tells us, this is a hybrid application, so these matters can be looked at later on. But I would suggest that in the nature of 100 units of flats, even if they were one person or two person, there'd be a lot of amenity space required on the site. The loss of landscaping, the report touches on the number of trees on the site, most of which will be removed. As I can see it, there may be a small buffer, but a lot of those will be removed. And I think that is another matter of concern for those who enjoy, you know, having some sort of trees and green grass in the area rather than concrete. And lastly, Chairman, the type of construction. Basically, as we've heard in the report, they're going to be blocks of flats. Now, if you go along Penarth Road, it's not particularly attractive road. It's a busy road. It's a busy commuter road. They're mostly single-story factory units. I mentioned the car showroom and so on. And then quite suddenly you will have maybe 3-4 story blocks of flats. Is this really an appropriate site for such a high-scale development? I don't doubt the need for the development, and I understand it being in the LDP. That's not the argument. The argument is really, is this an appropriate site for such large-scale development? I would suggest, Chairman, that it's not. And for that reason, I will not be supporting the application should we go to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ernest. Next up is Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Stephen. I'd like to say, in regards to what Elliot said, the map that you put up originally, the upper plateau houses backing onto Coganpill Road. There's commuting and foraging bats going back and forth along there, and although Natural Resources Wales didn't raise any objections, our own council ecologist recommends the retention of vegetation along Coganpill Road. So I don't think we'll be able to allow for that with those the properties on the upper plateau staying where they are. Along with George's comments about the flooding, I know you've covered it and it's got to go to SAB and they'll make all the recommendations on that. The SAB stuff doesn't cover the road as it is. They make reference to the building site being on a Zone B flood risk and parts of the site are Zone 2 and Zone 3. I know that they put an attenuation basin in with approximately 500,000 litre capacity. And they're saying that the proposed culvert could cope with a once in 100-year event. Well, the roads at the moment can't cope with a once every couple of months event, let alone a once in 100 years. So I know the drainage stuff comes under the SAB stuff and doesn't affect our granting permission in theory for the development to go ahead. But I think the upper plateau dwellings encroach too close to Coganpill Road. It's taking out too much greenery there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Do you want to address these now, Stephen?
Yeah,
or shall we move on?
Obviously, quite a few
more
issues
hands
there.
up.
If I just start off on the visual impact side from Penarth Road. Just let me share my screen. So, it's going to result in a marked change. We can't ignore that fact. So, you know, you've got fields. Surprisingly, actually, I thought the site was actually steeper than it is, but they're almost at grade behind here and then rise up significantly at the back. But what you've got to look at is there are a number of, there are two-story buildings, and there are two-story buildings significantly built up on a plinth as well. So, it's a very kind of peripheral industrial urban fringe, the sort of development that you find on kind of outlying sort of peripheral distributor roads, really. So, again, the site is, the inspectors looked at the site. He would have considered the relationship of the site to adjoining housing and to the site opposite. So it's been a really difficult site to look at because don't get me wrong, there are a number of trees on the site, and the starting point from planning point of view is to try and screen development and reduce the number of trees where absolutely possible. There are the trees that are going to have to come out on the site frontage, but say the report quite robustly deals with replacement tree planting. Again, this is the layout that's shown is all indicative. So when we get the final, if outline permission is granted and reserve matters does come in, that there may well be an opportunity to retain some of these trees. But actually, if you look at them, whilst as a whole they might appear sort of a dense tree screen, a lot of it is sort of quite sort of sporadic growth and sort of poor quality specimens. So actually, if you look at the quality of potentially what's being removed, it's not significantly higher quality. Just on the point about noise, absolutely that's an issue. We won't dispute that Penarth Road is a main peripheral distributor road out of Cardiff. And similarly to the previous application we've heard, Environmental Health have looked at the application, and there will be a requirement for noise attenuation within the rooms. Again, because it's an outline application, there's a chance for the properties to be designed in such a way that the sort of primary living accommodation may well face in towards the site, and the sort of the more bathrooms, etc., might face onto the road. But equally, we've got to be careful that we're not creating sort of dead frontages along this road frontage. So again, all of that will be subject to if outline permission is granted, all of that will be subject to a reserve matters consideration. I can't remember many of the other matters that were raised, really. I say drainage, officers are quite satisfied that drainage has been fully covered. Sorry, if someone wants to come back and ask me a specific question, I'm happy to do that.
Ian, you put your hand back at Ian Buckley. I mean, there was a question that you did ask that you wanted answered.
Yeah, and Steve, I appreciate you've answered the question on the trees on Penarth Road, but the retention of vegetation along Cogan Pill Road is the lane up at the top.
Yes,
not the
sorry,
stuff down
yes,
at the
yeah.
bottom.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, sorry. It's I think as we said originally, it's been really difficult in order to get this allocated site developed out, and because of the road and the levels, etc. We are retaining what we can along the road frontage, but we have to accept that we're going to lose quite a lot of trees along this frontage. But what I think the reference is made to NRW. NRW haven't objected to the application, so I think there were two potential trees with potential bat roost, but none of those are going to be affected by development. I think one is in this what is basically the main wooded area of the site, and the other is on the site frontage, and that other tree has since diminished quite significantly. So yes, absolutely, there are bat flight paths along these routes. It's a very difficult balance because, from example, Highways point of view, this is the national cycle route. We want to encourage and facilitate the use of this route, and see that this. Sorry, can I just share? I thought I was sharing my screen. Share that. Sorry, I hope you can see that now. So the scheme indicatively shows these connection routes into Cogan Pill Road, which is an NCN route. But as part of that, Highways actually want to see that road upgraded. So equally, we're also being asked from a highway point of view to provide lighting. Now there is a requirement for lighting which we've asked for, but that has to be kind of bat friendly lighting. But again, it's all the balance of yes, we might be losing trees along this frontage, but again, it's an allocated site. So just to try and concentrate on trees a little bit. So the report does go into that in some detail under page 103, I believe. This is effectively the main clump of woodland within the site. There are certainly other tree groups within the site, some of which will be lost. But the conditions have been very difficult to write, because even though the tree groups that have been surveyed that are going to be lost, we don't know how many trees are in that group. So the condition looks at providing trees of what we consider as an appropriate density. So, for example, the trees that might be within the middle portion of the site, in reality, they might be quite young and might be quite high density, but whether they would ever get to maturity, no one really knows. So we feel that with appropriate scheme of tree replacement to an appropriate density, together with the management of that area, will, from our point of view, mitigate the impact on the loss of the trees through this part of the site. So I say the officers work really, really hard on this and trying to get back, although this is indicatively, as much tree planting as can be that we can really, feasibly get. There is another plan that, sorry about this. Yeah, so this is quite a useful plan again, which shows perhaps more positively the area for ecological purposes. So again, this area of woodland is going to now be managed together with what will be the replanted areas here, and here. So actually, when you look at the developable areas, proportionally in terms of the whole site, it by no means is it particularly significant. It's unfortunate that the road is quite a big engineering structure to get access to the upper level plateau. And and again with the need for quite a large attenuation basin at the bottom of the site, but it's really a site of two halves. The way we officers feel, we've got low density 2-story stroke 2-3-story at the southern part of the site, fronting onto Cogan Hill Road, and then more appropriately the more urban scale development, which not unashamedly sort of fronts onto Penarth Road, and will be quite visible, and we're happy for that. For it to be visible and not necessarily screened, and actually fronts onto it. Again, this layout is going to be subject to detailed consideration as to how these blocks will actually look, and the fenestration, etc. But it's really the only way to try and get that density up to appropriate standards in the LDP, and obviously in line with Future Wales, etc. to make sure this site is developed out in a meaningful and efficient way. Okay, I'm happy to pass you back now. Sorry, Chairman. Can you hear me, Chairman?
Sorry, I got my mic turned off. Yeah, and next hand up is Councillor Payne. Helen. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been waiting patiently.
Yeah.
So I think, Stephen, you've kind of answered a lot of my things. One was around the close proximity to the reservoir, but I was looking at just at the plan then. There's going to be access to the reservoir end. Is that correct? I got that right on the plans?
Yeah, so let me reshare my plan. It's a difficulty we have with a lot of allocated sites, particularly where the site covers 2 owners, or it might have been an original owner and then the site then gets sold off. So again, officers have sought to ensure that the road comes up to the edge of the site to facilitate as much as it can should an application come forward in the future in the reservoir site. In reality, it's because of the site, what it is, the cost of developing that site in relation to the number of units within it could be quite significant in terms of remediation and etc. So, officers have done all they can to certainly facilitate access into the adjoining site.
Brilliant, thanks. And the other one was the play areas.
Yeah, so the
kind of out the way and next to a main road. So I wondered about.
Okay, so So there is, I'm not sure. So the main play area is actually on the kind of the inner camber, if you want to call it that, of the road. So that's the local area of play, which is we're proposing that as the sort of the focus of the development. Again, it's a difficult site. It's been a difficult site to develop, but the idea is that there's this sort of winding sort of footpath that runs up to the side of it to provide more direct routes and connectivity. But it's pretty centrally located. The difficulty is it would either be at the top or the bottom, and whichever one you choose, it would be difficult for the other side of the site to access it. So, officers do feel that this is relatively well located, and also it's in a prominent location and forms a bit of a sort of focal point for the site as well.
Yeah, and for me, it's about the quality of the play area as well, not just
absolutely.
The sighting.
Yeah.
Some developments have one little boingy thing for children. They have age appropriate stuff. They tend to do lots of toddler stuff. Well, children do grow, so the quality of the play equipment and stuff is important.
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
Well.
I mean, we've been delivering some really high quality play equipment recently, and it's no longer springy chickens and slides.
That's right. I'm thinking of the Bendrix. I was looking at that one the other day. They've got 2 nice play areas on the new development.
We work really well with our countryside team, who part of that develop out these schemes. So there is a condition, and it's also part of the section 106 as certainly part of section 106 to provide details of play areas. So certainly we're going to be seeking the highest quality play area that we feasibly can in relation to the scale of development.
Brilliant. And the third one you've already answered, and that was kind of on Ian's point about it's quite dense when you go down the lane there. It's really like green and lush. It's like a chine, like a valley of trees. So my thing was about retaining lots of this quite dense vegetation on the roadside, but you've kind of answered that anyway. So thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Councillor Payne. Next hand up is Councillor Hodges. Nick.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. There's a couple of things really. I mean, we started talking about flooding and flood mitigation and water coming down and everything like that. I think I have to say it that the planning committee does not always get it right on flooding. I mean, let's look at the state currently of part of the new waterfront here in Barry. I'll just leave that one there. But I would warn councillors that when we are discussing the revised LDP, where do I start? There are consequences down the line. If a scheme is agreed and put into future potential plans, as this one was in 2017, then there are consequences. Councillors who are still on this council voted for that and are now unhappy with various plans, including this one. And that's on you, George, but I'll leave it at that. What I would say is we seem now, and we've got a number of examples here tonight, we seem really to be scratching for sites to develop. We really, really do. And the decisions that we're having to make are becoming more and more unpalatable, and in some cases quite distasteful. I really feel that we need to develop our brownfield sites better. And there's not many of those around either anymore. I really feel that we're coming to a situation where, and I understand the conversation. We need to provide so many units. Well, we were set that target, 11 years ago or whatever it was. Surely we must be rapidly approaching that, because we've virtually done everything we can now in Barry, and we've still got 3 or 4 years of the plan still ahead of us. So I really wonder just where we're going to go in future with candidate sites, and it really worries me. I don't like this scheme. I think it takes out a natural, historical green lung and space. It is in the context of a small wooded valley leading down from Landock down to what effectively is Cardiff. I worry about it. I don't like it. And I'm struggling with many of these schemes that are coming before us. I'll oppose it, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodges. Ian Robinson, do you want to respond particularly to that before I call
Thanks.
everyone else in?
Thanks, Chair. Just because the timing's quite good, because it's responding to points that Councillor Hodges has made about the LDP, and it's good points which need to be addressed. So I think obviously the site we looked at just now wasn't an allocation. It was what would be known as a windfall site, the one in Barry. This is an allocation. Yeah, we are in the latter part of our plan period, and I think it's probably no surprise that the sites we're seeing now, in respect of this one in Llandoch, they are potentially the more constrained sites. The ones that are easier to develop came forward first. I mean, different sites have different constraints to do with ownership and what have you, but this is a site which does have constraints on it, and it's probably no surprise that it's coming forward in the latter part of the plan period. Again, I'd agree about finding sites is difficult. It's really difficult to find brownfield sites. It's really difficult to find sites within settlements, and we've seen that recently through the candidate site process. We have delivered well on the allocations in the LDP. So we met Welsh Government recently, and they said that us and I think one other council had, you would say, have delivered kind of on our strategy in terms of our housing. Many councils haven't been able to, for one reason or another, viability on sites, etc. But once we get to the end of this plan period, we've got the next plan period that we're going to be looking at in the replacement LDP, and Welsh Government will continue to expect us to deliver a level of growth, and what the right level of growth is a matter of judgment. And we've had some engagement sessions with members recently about how you can model different scenarios to justify different levels of growth and what's appropriate, bearing in mind our relationship to Cardiff and things like that. But we are in the growth area in future Wales, and that's been confirmed by Welsh Government. And if you're in the growth area, there will be an expectation of a level of growth. So just building out our allocation as our current LDP isn't enough forever. The housing needs and affordable housing need goes on, and there will need to be more sites. And if this allocation that's been, as Steve said, tested through the LDP process, notwithstanding its constraints, if this allocation is deemed not acceptable in principle now, whereas it was a few years ago, notwithstanding the issues potentially at appeal with changing our minds on something like that, that's 160 units that need to be found somewhere else. And in a time where there's a scarcity of sites in good locations around, I'd be really worried about the idea of pushing another 160 units somewhere else, because it's the inner city brownfield sites aren't going to magically appear. So I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't flag that. And I'm conscious that I've said a few things like that tonight, and I don't want to bore members on the subject, but I really do need to flag the importance of this kind of thing strategically, and how we treat our allocated sites. I think, yeah.
Sorry,
Just
to check, it's 133 units.
Sorry.
Pick up on Ian's point. Yeah,
sorry, it's 130. It's 130. We'd have to find my mistake. Sorry, Steve. Thanks for correcting that. There we go. That's all I wanted to say on the matter, because I just think it's an overarching matter of principle which we need to be mindful of. Thanks.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Wilson, Mark, your hand is up next.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to make some observations. I mean, there are precedents in these areas for flats. I mean, there's a block of flats called Willowmere, around the corner almost from this development, and literally in a green setting as well. And to be honest, I don't think this is too different from Willowmere in terms of that development. Yes, I mean, there are flats going to be in this development, but they're very much needed. I was doing some searching on Llandoch and flats and find very few to rent or to buy anywhere in this area. And yet there's a huge need. As you can look on the actual report, there is a great need for 1 and 2 bedroom properties in this area. And I'm sure that Councillor Carroll, along with myself and other councillors know by, get a lot of people want housing within the Vale Glamorgan. And especially in these areas, these areas are very much in demand. Penarth Road, okay, admittedly, when I first moved to Penarth some 30 years ago, was incredibly a busy road. It's not as busy as it used to be, and I like to emphasise that as well. And yes, it's very near transport. There's a good bus stop nearby. It's a very frequent service, as you know, for 92, 93, 94. as Councillor Ernest no doubt knows, because I know you've got a good interest in transport, Councillor Ernest, and we're also very near that's Cogan Station as well. So, you know, and from Cogan Station, you must get anywhere in the United Kingdom via Cardiff, in particular via Cardiff Central. So there are good transport links to this area. And I think that will reduce some of the demand for parking in this area. And I think that's a good thing. And we also got to consider, of course, is what Ian Robertson rightly said is, if we don't develop this site, it put more pressure to develop other sites nearby. And there are green areas of land that could be developed in these areas. And I'm not saying they are, not saying they're not, but it put more pressure on them if we also if this goes to appeal, remember it's in the LDP. You know, if it's in the LDP and we refuse it, we're refusing our own policy as a committee. And I think we need to be very careful about refusing something that goes against our own policy. So I'm very much, I'd like to support and move recommendations to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Right, Councillor Champion, you have your hand up as well.
Yes, it was to pass comment rather than second or anything else. It was, we're looking at this as a full planning for the road coming in, and we've talked about children and play areas. And I think the applicant and the planners and highways need to look at perhaps shared services within this development, so that cars actually think about where they are rather than having a road and a pavement on both sides. Anyway, that's a comment.
Thank you, Charles. Yeah, I mean, I like shared services as well. Right, Councillor Williams, your hand is up.
Sure, if Councillor Champion seconded it, but if not, then I do.
Yeah, no, he
Thank-
didn't.
okay.
But thank you. Yeah, thank you for that, Eddie. Councillor Ernest, you have your hand up again. Is this a new?
Yes, Chairman, I just wanted to make the point, if I may, that members sometimes are against an application on the basis of the information before us. Not necessarily that we are not in favour of, in this case, in favour of housing, but if you like, the amount of housing and the ways in which that housing is being provided. And that I think is reason why some members at any rate will vote either for or against an application. It doesn't rule out the fact that it's a straight yes or no. I think we need to make that very clear. Thank you.
I understand that, Anthony. Right, no other hands up. Then there seems to be some dissent on this. So once again, I think we need to go for a vote. And it's been moved and seconded. So if Gareth, if Democratic can do the honours again, please.
Okay, Chair. Okay, Councillor Bruce, are you for or against the application?
I think there's too many questions, so against.
Okay, Councillor Buckley, are you for or against the application?
On the strength of the answers given, I'm for.
Okay. Councillor Cave has left. Let's check in. Yeah, Councillor Champion, are you for or against the application?
Against the application as it stands.
Councillor Kaup, are you for or against the application?
Against.
Councillor Drake, are you for or against the application?
For.
Councillor Ernest, are you for or against the application?
I'm against the application.
Councillor Gilligan, are you for or against the application?
For.
Councillor Hodges, are you for or against the application?
Against.
Councillor Johnson, are you for or against the application?
And Erbin against.
Councillor Payne, are you for or against the application?
For the application.
Councillor Perks, are you for or against the application?
For the application.
Councillor Perry, are you for or against the application?
Against.
Councillor Stallard, are you for or against the application?
Paul Blythe, for.
Councillor Thomas, are you for or against the application?
I'm for.
Councillor Williams, are you for or against the application? Councillor Williams?
You're muted, Eddie. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson, are you for or against the application?
For.
Okay, Chair, that's 9 for and 7 against.
Thank you very much. That's carried past. Right, we move on now to the final one of the afternoon or evening now. That's the land at Lower Costleston Farm in Lavernock, 2022/04 01113 /RG3. And I think Ian, you're presenting on this, please.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Just firstly, I'll refer members to the matters arising that we've had and have been circulated. Firstly, comments from Barry and Vale Friends of the Earth. Summary being that proposals are not advertised as departure from the development plan, no notification of Welsh ministers as it being a departure, planning register entry showing waiting consultation responses and additional documents on the file, but no responses to those shown. I won't go through the officer's response. Well, not in detail. I think I should probably just emphasise that the application was advertised as a departure, and there's not a requirement to notify the minister for this development. I was going to come to another one, but I'll leave that till the end. There is another matter arising relating to Welsh Government and the Minister. The second matters arising relates to comments from Michael Garland of Keep Cross Meston Green, which summarises a number of concerns which are dealt with in the report relating to, green wedge, contamination of land, surface water flooding, etc. Next, we have comments received from Councillor Marnie, but from residents of Marconi Holiday Site via Councillor Marnie, a number of properties, about 20 or so, queries regarding road widening, highway safety, congestion, and kind of highways related impacts. And the final one, which is very important to raise, is that we have received a letter from Welsh Government, which is a kind of a holding direction. So what that does, it's very similar, well, the same thing essentially as what we had with Model Farm last month. Welsh Government is saying that the council cannot approve the application tonight. They can refuse the application. If members resolve to approve the application, then we need to then let Welsh Government know that, and Welsh Government will decide whether they want to call in the application for determination by the Minister or whether they are happy to let it revert back to the council. But we do need to sort of have a resolution on a decision tonight to inform that process for Welsh Government. Right, that's the matters arising done. I'll just share my screen with the report. So yeah, this is am I sorry, Chairman, I'm not sharing.
Chairman, may I interrupt at this stage? I think this, in view of the information we've just received from Stephen, I think there's a very good case for members to have a site visit here. The reason is that it's a large site, it's a very extensive development. There are many issues involved, not least development in the Green Wedge. And I would like to call for a site visit if the committee approve that. I represent the adjacent ward, which is only 100 metres or so away from the area we're talking about. And we shouldn't then, in my view, go into officers' reports and discussion if committee is minded to hold a site visit. And I think that would be a reasonable move in the context of this report tonight. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that intervention, Anthony. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm taking that as a point of order rather than anything else at the moment. But I'd like to make progress first on this. Whether we actually need a site visit or not, as it maybe can be addressed within the discussion. Ian, do you want to just carry on?
Yes, happy to. Let me share my screen again. Okay, so this is an application for a new special educational needs school on land south of Cosmeston Farm. It represents expansion upon the existing offer at Ysgol y Derry, which is sited adjacent to the St Sires high school, and would provide for up to 150 pupils. Let's scroll down to the layout. It involves the provision of an inverted T-shaped building, 2 stories in height, with a sort of relatively modern design. The site layout includes parent drop-off and pick-up facilities, staff parking area, multi-use games area, artificial pitch, and a grassed area. The access would be off Fort Road. Now this has been an issue of a lot of deliberation and consideration by our highways colleagues, but we're in a position now where the access is considered to be a fundamentally safe access, benefiting from the necessary visibility and geometry, and wouldn't result in unacceptable queuing either along Fort Road or within the kind of the primary road adjacent to the site. Possibly the main issue to consider here, I mean, it's up to members to decide what they feel the main issue is, but I would argue maybe the main issue here is the fact that the site is located within a green wedge. I'm just scrolling down now to a plan from the officer's report that shows the site in the context of a green wedge. I think it's quite illustrative. Here's the site here in red. Where I'm hovering my arrow now, that's the kind of the southern extent of built development as it exists now. This land here between the existing housing and the green wedge is a housing allocation in the local development plan. And then we have the site here. The land hatched in green shows the full extent of the green wedge. Now, the purpose of the green wedge is to sort of preserve openness across the countryside and to prevent the coalescence between settlements. And for that reason, planning policies on green wedges are quite restrictive, and they suggest that you shouldn't generally approve development which compromises the open nature of the green wedge unless there are exceptional circumstances that justify it. Now, the green, I won't go into it in massive amount of detail now because it's in the report, and I'm sure there'll be debate on it, but we've considered the impact of this proposal within the green wedge and what it would mean for the functionality of the green wedge. We're of the view quite strongly that this wouldn't result in the coalescence between the settlements and wouldn't significantly affect openness of the land between the two settlements. We have to consider whether there are material considerations which outweigh any harm to the green wedge. Now, we've done this balancing exercise in the report, and it is a matter of judgment, but what we are looking at here is a degree of harm and to the openness of the application site. But way to get to that is the provision of a critically needed special educational needs school. And in officers' opinions, any harm to the green wedge, which is given significant weight, is decisively outweighed by the need and the benefits that would result from the provision of this educational facility. That's just a summary. I'll leave it to the speakers now and to members, and then we can pick up on these points going forward.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Ian Robinson. Councillor Perry, we have 3 speakers before we get to a debate. So the first speaker is Councillor Marnie, who is also the local member. Kevin, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
You're a bit quiet. I don't know if you can.
I'll boost it up as much as I can. Is that better for you?
That's far better. Yes, thank you. Normal rules apply. 3 minutes, starting from when you start to speak, and you'll be given a 1-minute warning.
Okay, I'll point out that 3 minutes is totally inadequate and is a major drawback in the planning situations. I'll then have no right to reply to what I'm sure the planning department will be trying to pick to pieces my argument.
You're using your time.
I know I am. Yscol Derry, let's look at the history of Yscol Derry, of course, only opened in 2014. Well, who would have thought that 7 years later, 8 years later, we'd need an expansion? Well, everybody I'd have thought, except of course the Vale of Glamorgan, who put the existing Yscol Derry on a site that can't be expanded. Total incompetence in many people's views, to be honest with you. We've just had a reason. You asked in an earlier hearing here, give me a reason why we should oppose this. In your own papers, and Ian Robinson's summing up there, he's just given it to you. Planning Policy Wales, Green Belt, Green Wedge. The construction of new buildings in Green Belt or Wedge is inappropriate. There are 1 or 2 exceptions, none of which consider a school. It's recreational and perhaps agricultural. Number one, straight away, when the Vale of Glamorgan are opposed in applications, they're quoting all this stuff as a no, you can't, and quoting this to them. When it suits them, apparently we can just ride over it, even though it's in their own notes. Outside the settlement boundary, but only just outside the settlement boundary. Well, what's the point of a settlement boundary? Every time you nip into it, oh, it's only a little bit more, it's only a little bit more, it's only a little bit more. We say about the need for it. The green wedge and the green belt is also a green lung, let's not forget. I do note, even in their own notes, and it's been mentioned by Ian Robinson, 93% openness is quoted on their site. Openness? They've included the car park and the massive drop-off zone as openness and quoted that as some sort of, you're building over green land, but it's openness having a tarmac car park and drop-off zone. Well, let's tarmac over Snowdonia and some of our country parks and say, it's okay, it's 100% openness. It's total nonsense, isn't it? We then go on to the flood zone of Lavernock Road outside. We've had reservations from NRW, from the council drainage section. We know that that road floods. It's flooded many, many times since I've been a councillor in the 11 years I've been there. The Sullybrook can't accommodate the flooding, and the council refused to dredge it anymore because, in their own officials' words, we daren't send any more water down Sullybrook, down to Sully Moors, because it would flood the chemical plants and the businesses there. Another reason. Any construction that needs a refuge, a flood refuge for the student share, is absolutely ludicrous. Who on earth, what council would ever vote for that? Bear in mind that many of these students are autistic, and any upset in their routine, we know what some of the results of that can be. To actually plan a flood refuge says it all. We have the entrance in Fort Road.
3 minutes, Chair.
This is thank you.
That's
This
it.
is why we must.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. That's your time. That's your time up, I think.
Well, that's completing as a joke, quite fair.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Your time is up. You're now talking over the chair. Please, will you stop? Right, will you stay on there? Are there any? Councillor Hodges, you have your hand up. Is that a point of clarification?
No, Chairman, can I just say that I asked the committee whether we have a site visit. It's normal practice if you have a site visit not to even discuss the application. We're now moved into the realms of discussing the application in detail, inviting comments from members, and you've not even looked at the question of the site visit.
Councillor Ernest, actually, I have looked at the question of the site visit. You know that you know me well. You know that I favour site visits. Yes, on this occasion, I did not think it merited a site visit because basically we'd just be looking at an empty field. So
but you've not stated that.
I know.
You've not stated that, Chairman.
I'm stating it now. I did say we get onto it, but I'm stating it now, and I did conclude that it would not be beneficial for the committee to have a site visit on this occasion. Councillor Hodges, is your hand up for a point of clarification?
Not quite, Chair. I was going to second Anthony Ernest's request for a site visit.
Right, well,
he's quite right. That when a request is made, that should be dealt with first.
Well, I think I've just dealt with it. Councillor Perry, is this a point of clarification?
I think not. I think I'll ask Democratic Services for view on that, Chairman.
Okay, well, we'll get on to that. Can I just check? Can we just finish this part? Councillor Perry, is this a point of clarification?
Yes, it is. Well, two things. I either supported a site visit as well, and yeah, I'm disappointed with not a site visit. I have a point of clarification from Kevin Marnie, and that is regarding what his issue is with the entrance off Fort Road.
And that's exactly the point where you need a site visit. It's no more than a single car track.
Right, thank you for that. Right, Democratic, or James, can I ask for your view on Councillor Ernest's request for a site visit and Councillor Hodges' seconding of that?
I think it's fair enough to second the request by Councillor Ernest, Chair. There's no protocol covering the site visits, so Chair, it's up to you how you manage the debate tonight. So, Chair, if you feel it's appropriate to take it, or whatever part of the debate, Chair, that's down to you as Chair. But there's no protocol that covers it.
Okay, thank you. James, do you have a view?
My understanding is that site visits are at the discretion of the chair.
That's what I thought, and as I said, I had considered it and decided that it would not be beneficial. We would not get a better context than we already have. Most of us already know this site anyway and know this area very, very well. I mean, I'm down that area a few times a week. So, as I say, as you say, it is a matter for the chair, not for the committee. Councillor Champion, do you have a point of clarification for what Councillor Marnie was saying?
Clarification on what you just said. I don't know the site.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then, and I've ruled on that, so I don't intend to continue with that. I'd like to get this carried on. The next speaker we have this evening is Christopher Britton. Mr. Britton, I believe you're the head teacher. Are you there? Hello, Chris. Same rules apply, 3 minutes, and it starts when you start, and you'll be given a minute warning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the committee. I'd like to talk about the issues that we're facing at the current school and the issues that pupils are facing as well. The children and young people at the school are aged 3 to 19, and their needs cannot be met in any other schools. We are, in fact, the provision for other schools. We shouldn't be regarded as in competition with them. We are part of those schools, and my fellow head teachers recognise that. So when they have pupils they can't cope with and can't meet their needs, they come to us. We have children at the site who are very ill, some with life-threatening, some will die in our care. There are children who have syndromes you will never have heard of, and there are children who are confused by the world, there are children who don't speak, and there are children who are profoundly autistic, many of whom were probably been locked away many years ago. Yet this authority, to be fair to you as councillors and the officers, has given them and their families hope, and that's something I've had comments on from across the country and across the world since the television series, of the number of people who wished they could have been in a school like the one that has been provided for our children, or even that their children could come to them. Unfortunately, and no one knows why, there are more and more of these children. But they're our responsibility, and we're very successful in preparing them for the rest of their lives. For some, a tragically short life, and for many, a life of challenges that you and I cannot imagine. We've reached a stage where we could do no more on the current site. It takes I'll give you some examples. It takes 45 minutes at each end of the day just to get all the pupils in and back out again into their transports. The children eat in corridors as there's no dining space, and lunchtime takes almost 2 hours. We have children in wheelchairs who refuse food and drink because they're afraid that due to the lack of hygiene rooms, they'll soil themselves. They won't be able to get changed in time because there are queues at the hygiene rooms. We just don't have enough space for them. They're in classes whose numbers exceed guidelines and the space that was built for them. And it's not just the pupils, but it's the staff as well. We've now doubled the number of staff that the site was initially intended for. Thank you. So they have to go somewhere, and if not to our school, and I say ours because it's all of us, then they have to go to providers outside, in private providers at eye-watering costs. So having the spaces needed in this new build will make sure we make better use of the resources we've already got at the school so that we can actually use them across both sites. So it's important that it's close to us. None of these children has to be as they are, but it's our duty, I think, to continue to ensure they have the best life chances we can all give them. If we don't get approval tonight, we'll be in crisis as a school and as an authority in September 24, as we won't be able to complete the project in time. So on behalf of all of them, I implore you to approve the application this evening. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. Any points of clarification, please, from members of the committee? Oh, there you go. Councillor Perks, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask the ages of the children that will go, if this gets approved, that will go to the second site, please.
They will be primary age, and most likely upper primary, so 7 to 11.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, good evening. It seems to be a theme here in the Vale of Glamorgan Council where we have an
Sorry,
LDP.
Ian, you're
Yeah.
asking a point of clarification.
Well,
This isn't a debate yet.
What my clarification would be, there's an urgency here. Why is there an urgency? How long have you been asking for a new building, a new site?
Probably your officers are better able to answer, but I know this has been quite a few years in progress. And as I understand it, and I'm not a planning officer, there have been numerous delays through Natural Resources Wales, the nature of the site and everything else. They've had to be tests, etc., done, some that can only be done at certain times of the year. And I'm sure Ian can explain those better than I can. But certainly it's been it's been years, probably 3 years, I would guess, something like that. And I don't believe the delays are the local authorities making. I think it's from all the information you have to gather together. But I'm sure that Ian could answer that better than me, Councillor.
Thank you. Right. There are no other points of clarification. So thank you very much, Mr. Britton, for your contribution. You can go off camera now, mute, and I'll call on the next speaker. The third speaker on this is Mr. Davis, David Davis. Are you there? Yes, there you are.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, it's the same rules apply, and you've got 3 minutes too.
Okay, thanks. Since its opening in 2014, Ysgol Derry has truly transformed special education in the Vale of Glamorgan and has had an immeasurably positive impact on the children and young people who have attended the school. Over the last 10 years, there has been a significant rise across Wales and beyond in the numbers of children and young people with ALN requiring specialist provision. This has resulted in a huge growth in the pupils requiring places at Ysgol Derry. LA officers have worked in partnership with the school to increase capacity and meet this increase in demand. Every inch of space that can be developed has been developed on the site. In 2020, the council agreed a strategy to transform special education in the Vale of Glamorgan in order to meet projected future demand and best meet need. The strategy consists of 3 key elements. Firstly, the development of new provision to replace the pupil referral unit. That will be opening in September 23. Secondly, to establish specialist resource bases within mainstream schools. Those have already been successfully established. And the third and final key element of the strategy was the development of this new satellite provision to Ysgol Derry, known as YYD2. Originally, YYD2 was planned to open in September 2023. The current delay has meant that in order to meet the demand for places, we are considering utilising a vacated primary school, which is Victorian in nature. This is not sustainable for any length of time, and any further delay in moving the project forward would result in the council not being able to fulfil its statutory duty to provide an appropriate education for our most vulnerable children and young people. The proposed site is ideally located to ensure that new provision can be delivered in the most cost-effective manner. Being close to the main school, the specialist teams developed at YYD will be able to work across both sites, and pupils educated on the new site will also be able to benefit from the state-of-the-art facilities at YYD without the expense of trying to recreate such provision on a new site. I am aware that the planning process has been a difficult one and appreciate that all concerned have been wrestling with a range of important issues. I also appreciate the need to spend time considering all the implications fully in order to mitigate any negative impacts wherever possible. However, I would urge you to look favourably on this application and to recognise that the benefits of building YYD2 far outweigh any negatives. To refer to a famous quote, the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. The children and young people with complex additional needs resident in the Vale of Glamorgan absolutely need and deserve this provision. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any points of clarification from members of the committee? I see no hands. In that case, I now open the meeting to discussion. Ian, you want to cover
Okay.
something?
Is it okay if I just come back on a couple of the issues from Councillor Marnie earlier before
Oh,
the,
yes,
the debate moves on?
certainly.
That's
Certainly.
fine. Yeah, I want to give clarity to a couple of points. Planning Policy Wales talks about green wedges in some detail, as I mentioned, and as Councillor Marnie mentioned. The types of developments that Councillor Marnie referred to, such as I think recreation and things like that, there's a list of them in Planning Policy Wales, and those are listed as being a number of potential acceptable developments, needs in the countryside. Planning Policy Wales doesn't say those are the only things that can be acceptable, and it's not an exhaustive list. What it does go on to say is other developments might be acceptable where there's harm to the green wedge if there are exceptional circumstances. So I just want to make that clear. As I said earlier, it's a matter of judgment, and this is my opinion. I can't think of a more exceptional or more worthy exception than the development we're looking at here for the reasons given by Mr. Britton and David Davis, and that's why we've weighed in favour as it is. So I just wanted to flag that Planning Policy Wales doesn't say you can't do this. It says you've got to have a very good reason, and in officer's opinion, this is about as good a reason as there could be.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Discussion? Anything from any members of the committee who want to add anything? Councillor Champion, you have your hand up.
Looking on page 193 of the report, planning report, if you can find that, Ian.
Council consultations.
Have you got that?
Yeah.
At the top of the page, there is a sort of view. So is some of that housing planned housing and not existing? And is this the yellow site the school, and what's that on the yellow site?
Yeah, so that on that image, shall I share my screen so all members can see this?
Please.
Yeah.
So it's this image here, isn't it, on page 193?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is just a representation of what the allocated site might look like if built out. So there's a planning application in at the moment for the development of this land, which shows it's outlined, but it shows housing in these parcels here where you can see the housing. This is the school site proposed in that adjacent allocation, and yes, this is a representation of the building. Now you'll note the T is the wrong way around. The way it's shown on the layout plan I showed you earlier, it's the little nubbers at the top, but it's just that's broadly speaking where the building would be. So I think this is the purpose of this, is to show kind of the relationship between this building, the school site here, and other housing, to show how it would relate to the settlement. Sorry if that was misleading in the report.
Could you just confirm whether you couldn't have put the new school where you've got some of the housing?
No, there's not space. So there's this land here is allocated for for housing and a general needs school, not a special educational needs school. To put this here within the housing allocation would have put a huge dent in the housing numbers, which some people may say. Some people say, well, have less housing then, but the point is this site, along with all the other allocations in the LDP, are programmed to deliver what the LDP and Welsh Government identify as being the necessary level of housing in the Vale of Glamorgan over the planned period. So if you take 2 hectares out of this site, that puts a very big dent in that. So that's why land wasn't available within this site.
Okay. Is that okay, Councillor Champion?
Yes, thank you.
Next hand up then is Councillor Ernest.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I too was interested in this mock-up on page 193, because that's what it is. It's not a real aerial photograph at all. I'll call it an artist's impression, for want of a better word, and I don't think that's a good document to put for a planning committee when none of that other housing development has even been discussed or approved yet. And again, we're showing the school on the site in the yellow frame, which is interesting but not realistic. I, for one, am not against the principle of the school. And I say, if I may, to Chris Britton, who I've known for a long time, and to whose school I contributed when I was chairman of the council, I gave funds that I'd raised through fundraising to the school. And so I recognise the work that the school does. But I have to look at this as a member of the planning committee tonight. And I look at that and say, this is breaking the principles, the council's own principles on breaking into the green wedge. Now, officers will say, with good justification, that there are good reasons for breaking into the green wedge. But maybe we'll get another housing developer coming along saying, well, look, you're awfully short of land for social housing. There's a nice field next door, one behind. We'll find good reason why we shouldn't use those fields as well. Again, taking further bite out of the green wedge. I see this as a breaking of the coalescence between Sully and Penarth, which is so important. Unfortunately, this development also, Chairman, takes no account of the traffic impacts. Most of the traffic, I suspect, will come onto Lavenock Road to the east, in other words, towards Penarth. You've got the impact of Cosperton Lakes Country Park, a lot of traffic flow there, and you will have it twice a day, Monday to Friday. You will have vehicles entering YYD2. But most of these vehicles will be either taxis or minibuses, relatively few private cars, and they're a different type of transport. Yes, there is public transport on the road, the 94 bus to Barry, as well as the 88. But people have to cross the road, and I don't see that there's sufficient mitigation within the proposals for us tonight for pupils or indeed parents having to cross Lavenock Road, a busy A-class road. We talked about Penarth Road earlier. We're talking about the other side of Penarth, Lavenock Road tonight. So for that reason, Chairman, I have a lot of doubts about this plan. I'm glad that the Welsh government have called the plan in, because whatever we do tonight, it's not going to determine it, but it'll simply act maybe as a holding requirement. And I recognise the other points that other councillors who represent the ward and indeed those nearby have made tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ernest. Councillor Perks is the next hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that, I feel that, we've been looking for a site, I think, if I remember rightly, being on the Learning and Culture Committee, when we discussed the need for a second site, that they've been looking for a second site for a number of years. I think, that the council has recognised that we do need to expand to YYD2, is important as well, and part of the planning for the sort of education of the children who have special educational needs. And I think the siting of this, actually, it isn't that far away from the main site that it's accessible to teaching and specialist staff that they have on the main site as well. Also, I mean, sort of a clarification, if the children are generally going to be transported to the site, it's not going to be like an everyday sort of primary school, if you like. It's not going to have the same number of parents dropping off and collecting the children. That that would be more if they're transported on minibuses and such like. The transport will actually be less than you would expect in a school where children who don't have additional learning needs go. So I don't know whether there's sort of any clarification around that as well, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. We have I've still got hands going out. Councillor Payne. Helen.
Hi, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted clarification on because I know I've had lots of dealings with Ysgol Derry in terms of the young people I work with in my day job. There's never really an issue now because the frontage now is such that it accommodates coaches, minibuses, cars, and people who walk to school. So I just wanted clarification on that in terms of the plan, I think that's Ian. In the frontage of the school, then there will be adequate turning places and parking places for school transport, I'm assuming. On a point.
Yeah, that's why I'm happy to answer
So
that.
a similar arrangement at YYD2 as to YYD1.
It's my understanding is it's not designed for large coaches, because we've been advised that that's not the nature of big coaches. That's not the nature of transport that would be taking children to this school. But it is being designed to cater for the vehicles that will be used to transport children here. The circulation space and the drop off and pick up spaces, the aggregate area of drop off and pick up and the staff spaces is significantly more than you would get in most schools, because of the special nature of it and the different needs of it. We don't generally encourage large drop off and particularly parent drop off and pick up facilities in every school, because it encourages driving. So, for example, the schools on the waterfront, you want to be encouraging people to go there by active travel means as far as possible. There's a recognition here that that's not going to be possible in the same way that it would be for most other schools. So that's why the land take is slightly bigger, and why the infrastructure is more comprehensive in that respect.
Yeah, and I know that the transport is staggered in the morning. Everybody doesn't pile in at the same time. It's very, very strategic and really well planned. Yeah, no, I just wanted clarification on that, really, that it's the same kind of arrangement, so it won't have as much impact as people think it will.
Yeah, I think it has been dealt with in the report, and the traffic associated with it has been considered by our highways colleagues, and no doubt having the school accessed off Fort Road would potentially result in a bit more queuing at the end of Fort Road than is currently the case. But that's not to say that it would be a significant or an acceptably high level of queuing. Yeah, while I'm speaking, can I just flag one thing which I omitted earlier, which I'm just keen to make sure is mentioned for completeness. When I went through the matters arising, I omitted to say there had been a second matter arising from Friends of the Earth. It has been circulated to members, so members will have seen it. There was extra points made in respect of the need for the site in the Green Wedge and ecological reasons to do with bats and dormice. It's information members have, but I just wanted, for the avoidance of doubt, me to flag that so that it's clear to members that I've referred to all of the matters arising that we have submitted.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank
can I
you.
just
Go on,
clarify
go on.
some change
Yes.
something, actually? On my declaration and a few other people's declaration, I think we said item 4 and it's actually item 8,
It's item 8.
just for the record.
The fourth thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's fine.
thank you.
I think we all know what was going on. Ian Buckley's next hand up. Councillor Buckley, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. A question for you, Ian. Some of the queries raised by the residents of the Marconi have been at and turning areas within the school. Looking at the map on page 91, I'm not sure if it's just a bit too small, I can't make it out. Is Fort Road being widened up into the access to the school? Because it looks like 2 lanes there, not just a single.
Yes, there is widening. Yeah, the scale of the plan doesn't enable you to see that as clearly as you might if it was bigger. But yes, there is widening at the front end of Fort Road. So
that would further alleviate the objections raised by the Marconi residents.
It would, in our view, albeit I think
Yeah.
I think a number of the points raised by the residents relate to kind of just the congestion, the highway safety issues associated with traffic. As in, if you have more traffic, you might have more risk of a highway safety issue. But the widening of Fort Road and the nature of the junction is such that they're fundamentally, our highways colleagues have reviewed them. They're of the view that they're fundamentally safe arrangements.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Yeah, without widening the road, all their points would have been 100% valid, but I think that alleviates most of them. Thank you, mate.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Can I just add to that? I remember the debate and discussion around the original OID on exactly this point. It was the point raised by many residents, particularly along Sully Lanes there, who were very concerned about that. It has not been proved to be an issue because of all the off-road turning, parking, and movements within the site, which so that the fears were not realised. Right, Councillor Williams, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. as there doesn't appear to be a rush of people putting their hands up now, I'd like to move officers' recommendations.
Thank you, Eddie. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Sorry,
There's a
I'll
few
second it.
seconders. We've got seconders all over. Thank you
Yeah,
very
there
much
was a
indeed.
motion to defer as well. Should we take that first?
Oh yes, there was. We can take that first. Was it? I can't remember. It was seconded.
Yeah, Chair, it's Councillor Ernest, and I think double check. I think
Yes,
Councillor Perry.
it was
and
defer
Councillor
for a
Perry
site
seconded.
visit, Chairman.
Yeah.
Defer
Councillor
for site
Hodges.
visit. I think it was seconded.
Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming that Councillor Hodges, your hand is the second, is it?
Well, it was 20 odd minutes ago and it still is, Chairman, yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perks, is your hand up for a reason now, or is that legacy?
Legacy, Chair.
Right, thank you. Right, in that case, we'll go to the vote on deferment. And then, well, we'll see what happens after that. Vote on
deferment for a site visit, Chairman.
Correct, Chairman. Deferment for a site visit was the
well,
proposal.
I'm
Well,
not sure if
that's a
that's
motion
in order.
for
I'm not sure if
committee,
that's in order. Can I just check? Okay. I mean, I don't mind about a site visit, but I don't see the need for it.
Well, I think, if I may say so, Chairman, I don't want to talk across you, but it'd be very helpful, and particularly as some members have said they don't know the site well.
Yeah.
Even those who know the site well will have the opportunity to see exactly what's going to be put in place. And bearing in mind the application already 21 million pounds over budget, I think it would be useful if we saw what we're proposing to build there.
The longer we go on, the more it's going to go over. Prices aren't coming down.
I understand that. Yes.
Yeah. Ian Robinson, you have your hand up.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate fully it's a matter for members to decide if they individually feel they need a site visit. I did want to flag that there are timing issues here which are not irrelevant to the whole project, particularly in terms of its delivery and meeting educational needs. So I just wanted to make sure that members were aware that site visits and the impact that has on the delivery of the educational facility, then they're not two separate things, and it's material to consider that, in my opinion.
All right, thank you, Ian. I'd like to take advice again from James, please, if you're still around. Where are you? James?
Hello.
James, yeah, hi, are you there? As I understand it, so the need or decision to make a site visit, it lies with myself prior to
it does, yeah, it does. I think but also I suppose it's if members are minded to move motions for deferral, then they can do so. Obviously, generally that would with site visits, it would generally be that the chair would make the decision prior to the meeting. We have had situations previously where motions have then been raised in relation to sort of deferrals for site visits, which can then either be accepted by the chair or go to a vote. I suppose it would be helpful if requests for site visits came in beforehand, and then you could consider them prior to the meeting, but you can take a vote on it.
Yeah. In that case, we will go to a vote on that. Oh, Councillor Perry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm here again. Yeah, so if we did defer, I thought this was going to the Welsh Government potentially to decide. So if we didn't decide tonight, there wouldn't be a delay because they can't start tomorrow if we decide in favour.
Absolutely.
So
it would mean a delay to the start of the construction, yeah, which would be a problem.
Can I just flag, Chad, that my understanding is that Welsh Government won't consider whether they want to call it in until there's a resolution from here. So if you defer here for a month, that pushes back the point that Welsh Government will start to consider that. So it would alter things, because they won't. I don't believe. I mean, this is what I'm advised of previously, that they want a resolution, so they can then decide whether they want to call it in. So that whole thing be pushed back, so you'd have the site visit delay and then the delay of the call-in consideration as well.
Because I thought with Model Farm we could have deferred and they could have made a decision first. So now we're getting different advice in 2 different meetings from different people.
No.
Can I?
It's
Yeah.
just
So it's a different thing. So if they a decision was refused, Welsh Government wouldn't then call in a decision that had been refused. What Welsh Government have said is they've got a holding direction, so that if a resolution to approve the application was made, at that point Welsh Government would then consider whether they wanted to call it in before it formally got a decision notice issued on the back of the approval at committee.
Right, and this is different then.
Yeah,
and it's exactly the same.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah,
that's
that's
no,
the
I
advice
thought
that was given
the
in Model
process.
Farm.
I'm not sure if there was some confusion last time, but that's the process is that the Welsh Government's holding direction only kicks in the event that an application is approved by the council. If an application is refused by the council, the Welsh Government won't call it in because it's been refused.
Right.
Yeah, but we're talking about deferment, and if we've not made a decision.
I think the confusion is the one with the Model Farm was that it was a private application, not a public not a council one, and that therefore was going. The possibility was that could go to appeal. Is that not the difficulty?
That may be where the confusion is. So on Model Farm, I suppose you had the position whereby if a decision wasn't made, the applicant could appeal against non-determination of the application if it had then fallen outside the time limit set in legislation for making the decision. But whilst that appeal goes to PEDU, which is an arm of Welsh Government, it's not the same as the Welsh Government holding direction.
Thank you for that, James. In that case, Nick, you have your hand up again. Is it? I'm proposing that we move to a vote on the deferment.
Yes, Chairman. I mean, a lot of the decision, I suspect, about whether we actually agree a deferment comes about because of the suggestion that the scheme would be delayed. I appreciate that. Have we any idea how long Welsh Government would take over this? Because it does not act quickly. We've seen that over a number of issues. I mentioned an incinerator in Barry, for example. These things grind slow. There's no reason why we can't take a little longer with this. And in fact, I think the onus should be upon us as a planning authority, where the application actually comes from our own council, that we are seen to do this right and fairly and properly. And I think, as someone who doesn't know the site at all, I would like to see it. And I feel then I would make a better decision. I hope people don't think that I'm against the whole idea of the school. I'm certainly not. But we're here as a planning committee and we need to look at this on planning grounds. And I would be better informed with a site visit and a deferral.
Right, I'm proposing Ian we've still got hands coming up. Ian Robinson.
I just wanted to say I know I can't advise definitively how long Welsh Government would take. I think it's fair to say this is not like the site in Barry, and I wouldn't have any expectation that it would take that amount of time. I think the holding direction request was received my understanding is very late in the day. So Welsh Government sent a letter because the timing of that, and that doesn't necessarily infer it will or won't be called in, or that it will take a long time. I think the only thing I would make, which I made before, is that a deferral then a call in is inevitably going to take longer than just a call in.
Maybe. I propose now not to take any more discussion on this particular part of it, because I want to go to a vote on the deferral. Can we please make progress? So if Democratic will please start Sorry, Helen and Sandra, but if Democratic...
It's what I was going to say, Chair. We move to
So
the vote.
likewise, move to a vote,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, that's okay then. Democratic, Gareth,
Okay, Chair, this
can
is
you take the
for
vote, please?
defer
This
to-
is
for a
for
site
or
visit.
against deferring, yeah.
Okay, Chair. Councillor Bruce has left us, so I'll start with Councillor Buckley. Are you for or against the site visit?
I'm against the site visit and deferral.
Okay, Councillor Cave has left us too. Councillor Champion, are you for or against the site visit?
I'd like to defer, please.
Councillor Drake, are you for or against deferral?
Against.
Councillor Ernest, are you for or against deferral?
For deferral.
Councillor Gilligan, are you for or against deferral?
Against.
Councillor Hodges, are you for or against deferral?
For.
Councillor Johnson, are you for or against deferral?
Obliged. For.
Councillor Payne, are you for or against deferral?
Against.
Councillor Perks, are you for or against deferral?
Against.
Councillor Perry, are you for or against deferral?
Precautionary principle and for deferral.
Councillor Stallard, are you for or against deferral?
Yn erbyn, against deferral.
Councillor Thomas, are you for or against deferral?
I'm against the deferral.
Councillor Williams, are you for or against deferral?
Against the deferral.
And Councillor Wilson, are you for or against deferral?
Against deferral.
Okay, that's Chair, that's 9 against and 5 for.
Thank you. That's what I make it to. In that case, I see no need for further debate on this. Can we move now to can we have someone? We already have officers' recommendations, don't we? Someone's moved.
Yes, Chair. Councillor
Yeah.
Williams
Moved and
moved it.
seconded already.
Yeah. In that case, can we move straight to the vote on that, please?
Okay, Chair. Okay, I'll start with Councillor Buckley. Councillor Buckley, are you for or against the application?
For the application.
Councillor Cave's left us. Councillor Champion, you for or against the application?
For the application.
Councillor Cope has left us. Councillor Drake, are you for or against the application?
For.
Councillor Ernest, are you for or against the application?
Abstain.
Okay. Councillor Gilligan, are you for or against the application?
For the application.
Councillor Hodges, are you for or against the application?
I'll have to abstain, Chairman.
Councillor Johnson, are you for or against the application?
Mattel. Abstain.
Councillor Payne, are you for or against the application? Councillor
For
Payne.
the application.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, are you for or against the application?
For the application.
Councillor Perry, are you for or against the application?
I won't abstain. I'll vote against on the basis.
Okay. Councillor Stallard, are you for or against the application?
Obliged. For.
Councillor Thomas, are you for or against the application?
For.
Councillor Williams, are you for or against the application?
For.
And Councillor Wilson, are you for or against the application?
For.
Okay, Chair, that's 10 for, 1 against and 3 abstentions.
That's what I make it to. Thank you very much, Gareth. Right. That's supported then. Agenda item 9, any items which the chair has decided are urgent. Part 1, I have none, nor do I have any other part 2. Thank you very much, everybody, for your contributions this evening. It's been a good discussion on all the applications, and I wish you all a very good evening.
Glad you think so, Chairman.
What's left of it.
Thank you.